afternoon, good evening. How are we all doing? I am still in the process of waking up myself. I see we got Justerial, Ultra, of course, Rick, Felix. How you doing, man? You just woke up now. It, you can't choose such a wicked time to stream. No, you're good, dude. Yeah, no, I actually I installed it yesterday and I haven't played it yet. I know very little, but I am um yeah, I'm gonna play it and yeah, it's gonna be good. You feel lucky catching the 1 a.m. stream. um but yeah, no, I hope you're all doing well, guys. I am gonna be a bit mentally slow, just waking up, but you know, Ultra is literally keeping me on the good sleep schedule, because I know that the early time is like the best to try and catch most people, you know, different time zones and all that. So I'm getting up at like 5 something a.m. to be able to do it. I'm even actually kind of annoyed because I'm kind of late doing this. I should have started earlier, but oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. At least tell me you ate some. No, no, no. Hmm. I try not to eat for the first several hours of the day. Um, it helps me focus better. I find that after I eat, I get like brain fog. So, I had my coffee. I'm drinking water now, and that's it. But yeah, no, that's basically what I do. What am I doing? What I want to do. Um, I am going to be getting into the call with Ultra at some point, if he's still alive. By the way, Ultra is easily staying up past his bedtime. I mean, to be fair, it's actually only 11. Never mind. For him. Oh, there he is. I see him. I see the Bingus. Hello. How you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, you're good. Take your time. Only 12 days left to the final ship. Yeah, dude, I know. I know. It's crazy. And the Vidocs today? How crazy is that? It's really funny because literally before they announced it, I had checked and looking at when the Lightfall Vidoc and the Witch Queen one came out, I was like, yeah, we should be getting a Vidoc like any day now. And then they reveal it. Oh, it's a two-parter. Hmm. What I noticed from the Lightfall one is that they showed like a lot of clips from the first cinematic. Granted, that was like the only kind of good thing about Lightfall, so it makes sense. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of like us entering the Pale Heart and stuff like that. Oh yes, the individual of unknown origin. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I am actually, I have changed my opinion. I actually don't think that's the Gardner anymore. No. Yes. Um, I I think that it may actually be another like deceased guardian. Yeah. Um, one reason for it, well, there's two reasons. The one reason is that um it's like for We Are the Light of Hope, As much as that could be like the Gardner talking about her and the Guardians, it can also be like, we are Guardians, that kind of thing. Um, Another thing is that Archival had mentioned it when it first happened is that the voice itself sounds like there's modulation. So like like when an EXO talks, you kind of can hear the like the EXO in the voice. There was kind of like not saying that they're an EXO, but it's like it's not like a 100% human voice. But I don't know. Listen, I'd love for it to be the Gardener, but I'm not. I feel like I feel like it's I feel like it's bait. I feel like it's too easy to get on that hype train, so I'm very cautious about it. Um, I mean, honestly, it could be Teox. So there you go. There you go. Obviously, it's the Zorpalot war cry. Yep. I was saying to I think it was Alloy how I was like so unhappy with the that trace rifle, the heavy trace rifle, and I was like, dude, maybe it's got Zorpal weapon or something on it. Gargalost. Ugh. Sorry. Hey, stranger. Dude, you made me choke on my water. Fortnite Island. Uh huh. Yep. I was. Sorry, keep going. Yes. No. Yeah. Nope. Nor should there be. Uh huh. Yeah. I don't care, dude. I am still in the process of booting up my brain. The Zeepos. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Ooh, nice. Ideal. Mm-hmm. Oh, of course. Yep. 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 Oof. Zorptonus. The Zorp sword. The what now? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know what you were on when you were making this, but oh, that's yeah. There you go. How many units are you making? Okay. Oh no. Oof. Zoomies. Ree. That's something. It's. Can you imagine? There's like a meeting at Bungie, and this guy is trying to like pitch his new race. Guys, the community has always wanted a new enemy race, and I've got just the thing. And Luke Smith is like, okay, yeah, go on, go on. First off, we've got the zoomies. Right. True. Oh, that's cool. You need like your ogre kind of unit. Let me check this. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yikes! You really found some. Yeah. That actually, yeah, he looks like he's like just like torpedoing towards you. It's like Angry Birds, literally. Uh huh. Yeah. No, it's certainly something. It's like the raid boss. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of so you've got moth people and then you've got tiger people, and they were like from really early D1, and moth people basically turned into the hive. And I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can actually see it with Oryx, especially his early concept art, and even like with Savathun and stuff like that. And then Tiger People, I think that I don't know really where that came from, because another thing you need to remember is that Destiny was originally going to be like a fantasy game, so maybe it was like a concept from that that didn't make it, or I don't know. Right. Yeah. Interestingly enough, no, interestingly enough, the Exo Stranger was the first ever Exo they made. Well, the whatever, like Osiris's assistant or whatever, or not Osiris's. Sorry, Charlemagne. Whatever, my bad. Was it Charlemagne or Osiris? I'm sorry, my bad, my bad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yes, 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 sir. Yeah, yeah. But she was the first one Bungie ever designed. I could see that. Yeah, I would definitely prefer. Yeah, and I'm not making that joke. Then I'm not making that joke. I might be really out of it, but I know enough not to make that joke. Anyway, um, also, a stranger said with the return of the Concordat and after the final shape, Guardians will be the most powerful force in the galaxy. What are the odds we get a Guardian Civil War story? I have always really wanted that, and I think what it really comes down to is something that I'm kind of. This is gonna make me go on a tangent now, but something that I'm not really a fan of, and I'm seeing it a lot in games, be it Destiny or even like Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, is the whole like, oh, the power of friendship and learning to trust one another and we can do it if we work together, guys. You know what I mean? It's like the therapy simulator, whatever. And I feel like having the players kind of put against each other, if that makes sense, even in a like a whatever sense, I feel like that goes against the kind of tone and messaging Bungie wants. And so, as much as I would love that, um, I feel like that's not something they would be willing to do. It's like, for example, like, yeah, no, like I just think that their whole thing is all about like coming together and being a team and all about friendship. And I think if they did a thing where, Guardians had a civil war and all that, I think even if they didn't have players have to pick a side, um, yeah, I don't know. It's just, but I would love that. I would absolutely love that. And in my opinion, I think it's one of the things that I loved about the concept of the warlords so much. It's one thing that I loved about the faction wars. The fact, because it just makes sense, right? Like the leadership structure of the city makes absolutely zero sense. It kind of worked with the speaker, but like they never really showed anything major that confirmed the speaker actually, having a communication with their god, the traveler. I'm gonna die here. No, we're good. And I feel like in any normal sense, you would have dissenters and you would have a breakout of a conflict of some kind. So the faction wars made complete sense. I think the warlords made complete sense, and I think that the factions that we like leaving in Season of the Splicer, I actually think that makes complete sense, and I think that they were right to leave because right now you just have basically Ikora just running everything as a they don't want to call it that, but it basically is a dictatorship. And there's absolutely no um there is no real voice for the normal people. So anyway, I think that if I had it my way and I was writing the story, I would have the factions leave the city and go and join Lysander and the Concordat. And I don't know if I'd have there be a civil war necessarily, but there would definitely be an ultimatum where it's like, listen, we are going to have reforms and we're going to change how decisions are made. Because, for example, Ikora basically just deciding that, okay, we're going to let the Fallen in and nobody else has a say in it. That's not how things should be done. And if the Vanguard and Ikora were like, okay, yeah, we're going to let you, we're gonna lose some of our power here, then yeah, I'd be okay with there not being a civil war. But I really think that if they were stubborn about it, then yeah, there should be. Anyway, I rambled. Yeah, that's my point on that. I think the Concordat should return. I think that there should at least be the threat of a civil war. 100%. Yep. I I am fairly confident that D3 was going to really lean into that Civil War aspect between Dark Guardians and Light Guardians. I think something that's really changed with current Bungie is moving away from darkness being associated with evil. And it's like, oh, it's like a morally gray kind of not morally gray. It's like there's no good or bad. It's just what you choose to do with it. I do think um the original direction was light is good and darkness is evil. And I think it's like, yeah, you can choose to like lean into the darkness powers and all that, but you might lose a bit of yourself. Or you can stay with the light, and it's basically like the force, you know. And they even do that with the Force, where they're trying to make it where the dark side is, oh, the dark side isn't really that bad. It's, and, oh, the Jedi weren't really that good. But I'm personally on the side where it's like, what is it? It's like, oh, the chosen one and the prophecy and the balance. It's like, well, you have to have the dark side. And yeah, I don't know. I think that there should be a very clear line between evil and whatever. And I'm not against the current thing with the darkness being whatever, but I think the original direction was definitely, yeah. Yes. That's exactly it. Yeah. Yep. Um yeah, there are a lot of, I think my one of my favorite kind of lore realization moments was that whole Umbral Center thing when I think it's, is it, can't remember. My brain is just absolutely whatever, but maybe it was Sola. When she like digs into that other guardian and it's like feels like the Umbral Center underneath, and she's like, "Oh, it's within you too." And there's always kind of now been that desire for me to see them lean into that. And I don't know why they haven't. Maybe they'll do something with that in the final shape, but if you look at Beyond Light specifically, when when you look at the actual gameplay, so when you use stasis in the campaign, like where you like link up with the cruxes or whatever, and in the cutscene where Aramis freezes you and you break free, there's like a light coming from your core, and when you then look at the original text for, because like before you would swap between light subclasses and stasis, and the stasis like subclass area would be like all pyramidy, and then the light one would be like the traveler symbol. And I think the light description was wield the gift of the traveler or whatever, but the darkness one was like unleash the power within. So it's this whole concept of, yes, the light is a gift from the traveler and you're wielding it through the ghost and yada yada yada. The darkness is something that you just have. It's built into you. And it's like you're kind of embracing your full potential. And I really wish they would go deeper into that. And that's something that I actually see. Stasis, they kind of did that with the whole like, power within, and the cutscenes kind of showing it. They kind of moved away from it with Strand, where it's just like, oh yeah, actually Strand makes absolutely zero sense. You just kind of go near the veil and then you turn into Doctor Strange, you get a third eye. I don't know. You're muted on stream? Wait a minute. Dude, this is why we can't have nice things. Why are you muted on stream? You shouldn't be. Oh, I know why. I bet my thing got messed up. My mic got messed up and I had to like manually set it back. Let me check this. Yep. They couldn't hear anything actually, like the game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is
Oh
this?
no.
Oh no. Wait, so when you were going on about the Zorpalods and the Zoomies, people just thought that I was tripping. Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
That's okay.
Guys, I was not talking to myself, having a manic episode. I'm sorry about that. Wait, people can probably hear you now. I'm sorry.
Hello. Hello,
That's
everyone.
embarrassing. Okay, well.
So it happens, man. It happens.
I once... No, like, I once had a whole thing that I was showing on the stream, and I didn't have it set so people could see or hear it.
Oh, man,
It's kind
that's
of a
unfortunate.
reoccurring... Yeah, okay, well, it is what it is. We learn. We learn.
I
Yeah,
see.
bro. That's embarrassing.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, there you go. People can hear you now, and everything should be good. I'm not crazy, said every crazy person, at least. Yeah, I know.
Jaden said, "There he is."
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, we were. There was a technical issue, unfortunately. I'm sorry you didn't get to hear.
There was a
about,
severe caffeine deficiency.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Were you having another psychotic breakdown? What day is today? It's Thursday. No, not today. Anyway, yeah, that was okay. Anyway, legendary Unstop a Screeb. Yeah, the Lynx-looking people, Tiger people. Do you think LC will be in the final shape at all? I don't know, dude. Honestly, I'm kind of the opinion where the less characters in the final shape, the better. Because I made that video about how Bungie kind of wrote themselves into a corner, and honestly, I actually, like, that video has so many views, but I kind of regret it because it's kind of a, I don't know, well, whatever title. But one of the main reasons behind it is that they have so many different plot points converging on this expansion, and there's what I call narrative bandwidth for the main campaign. You only have a certain amount of campaign missions, and only so much dialogue and cutscenes and stuff like that. So, when you have a story or a plot point, the more of those that you have, the more diluted and squeezed in they have to be. So, like, if you add in Elsie, that's another story thing. You add in, you know, the Ahamkara, that's another story thing. You add in Cade, that's another story thing. You add in, say, Eris and Drifter, that's another story thing. You add in Ikora and Zavala, that's another story thing. You add in Mara, that's another story. Like, you get, every time you add in a character, that's more narrative bandwidth being, you know. And the big problem is, priority needs to be the Pale Heart, the Witness, the Pyramid Race, the Gardner, all, like, the really big important things. And, I have, and this is just my opinion, I've kind of gotten the sense that Bungie is merely, like, afraid to go into the really big things, the really big topics. And I feel like the kind of smaller character, almost like seasonal story stuff, is it's much easier to do. We're gonna lose this for sure. And so, I would be afraid that, almost like as a,
Oh, are you playing live?
yeah.
Go on.
Sorry.
You want me to join you?
Yeah, if you want, I don't mind.
Hell yeah.
Basically, almost as like a panic reflex, they kind of just fall back on the easier stuff. So, in my opinion, I'd be happy with there being less characters in the final shape because it gives them less of an out from the big answers that we need.
I definitely agree with that 100%. Ignoring the yes. Yeah, ignoring that awful voice crack. Yeah. Like on it, there is a couple things I think it's kind my headphones are messing up again. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to deal with it for a second. The I do think it's kind of a shame that they kind of relegated LC to being like the stasis vendor, pretty much.
True.
I like honestly, and I didn't even think about it until like I watched your like Beyond Light retrospective, but you definitely make a lot of good points in that, and I definitely think that it should have been like I think it should have been like 60% like us and Elsie like exploring the pyramid stuff, and then
Yeah.
40% Aramis interfering.
Yep. I think really the big disconnect is that I was under the impression that this was the same Bungie that gave us Forsaken, the same Bungie that, and it's like the one vision. And so I just see, and then again, you have the progression and the buildup of the pyramids. And so, um, like you've got Beyond Light being marketed as like the climax in a way, and so I see what's the next natural step in the story. So it's like, okay, the pyramid stuff, because this is literally what they're marketing it as. What I didn't know is that this wasn't the same Bungie, that D3 had been scrapped, and that they literally were winging it and just trying to get just something out there. And that is what Beyond Light really was. It was them just kind of getting something out there using the bones of a D3 destination, and just making a darkness subclass as a marketing tool. I mean, obviously, like, I'm not trying to like water down how cool Stasis was. Like, I mean, yeah, like it was great, but it wasn't what I thought. Like, if you were somebody who, I think most people just think, oh yeah, this is Bungie's next thing, and this is how the story, it wasn't that. Um, in a lot of ways, Shadowkeep was a reboot of the entire storyline, and I think if you can understand that, it will really help your perspective when you look at the story. Because, and I said this in, I can't remember when I said it, but it's like when you're coming up with theories and you're trying to create a timeline of events, if you just see everything as a one coherent, connected story written by the same people and the same vision and all that, you're gonna run into some problems when things just randomly completely go against that. But if you recognize that there's been like different eras in the story where you have like the Staten cut, and you got D1, and then you have D2, and then you have D3 that which never happened, and then yada yada yada, that will kind of help things be clear, because then it puts you in the context of, so it's like, okay, I have this information. When was it written? It was written then. Okay, now I kind of see what was being built up towards, what can happen from this and what can't happen from this because of the context, and so on and so forth. So for example, if I knew going into Beyond Light that D3 had been scrapped, that a lot of stuff I was looking at was from D3, that a lot of the writers were different, a lot of these different things, right? I wouldn't have had the same expectations, and I wouldn't have been as upset, because I went into it thinking, yes, it's been built up all this time, and this is the big reveal and the big climax and yada yada. Yeah, it just was like, dude, I'm completely blindsided. What's going on? So that's kind of the big takeaway from that, where if you watch my Beyond Light narrative review, it's coming from somebody who thought that, like, it's like, what is going on? But if I made that same narrative review now, it would actually be a lot more, I think, understanding and a lot more tame. So as much as I think like a lot of the criticisms I make were valid in that, I think the big missing context is actually like what was going on at Bungie at the time, because I had no idea then.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
I
I don't know. I really think the way they should have just executed it is the. I think that they should have made the. I think they should have made the thing with like the pyramids, like the old veil. That should. I think that should have been like a similar twist to like what Riven was, where it's like you're kind of starting and you're kind of thinking, oh, we're like looking at these pyramids and stuff, and Aramis is just kind of messing around with us and like trying to get in before we do or something. That's an example. I think I know I wrote this idea somewhere. I think it would have been interesting if it's like you got like this
Am I good to launch us in?
yeah, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm just thinking of how to put my thoughts into
Yeah, no,
words.
take your time, man.
I think that like so I think the way I wrote it was like or like the idea I had when I was talking about it is like, let's say like at the end of the campaign or something, we're like, oh no, Aramis got there first, I guess. She's got like this pyramid key or whatever, like some weird key, and she's like standing outside the pyramid, and she's like, "Oh, our salvation awaits, mwahaha," or whatever, and then
Mm.
she like opens up the door to like the pyramid, and it slowly opens up, and nothing happens at first. All the fallen are kind of looking at each other confused. They're like, "What? What was the point? What's going on?" And then all of a sudden you hear like a bunch of voices inside laughing or something. And then like just as quickly they all like run out. That's like the reveal of like the that could be like the reveal of the veil, where like just to show how dangerous they are, it's like once Aramis does what she wants by like freeing them, they run out and they immediately just start slaughtering all the fallen, or like something like that. I think like the way I word it, it probably sounds weird, but like
No, I
something
know what you
similar
mean.
where like she gets like tricked,
Yep.
similar to how Uldren got tricked.
So
Like I
yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's just it's tricky because I was always under the impression that there was an act. So no, not that. Sorry, not that there was an actual race, but that like before. Actually, I think it was. I don't know when I stopped believing it, but I was really for a long time under the opinion that there were like people in the pyramids. Like the race were, they had their bodies. They were, in the pyramid, crewing it, whatever. I even, one time kind of wondered if, in the moon pyramid, if they were just like in a different part of the ship, and they were just kind of like, observing us, and we were kind of like ushered through an empty part. But looking back at it, regardless of D3, regardless of, whatever, I actually think that it was always a part of the story that they did lose their bodies. And I think the urns really are a big representation of that. I think, even with the concept art from D1 with like the 5th faction, I think they've always had that ghosty kind of presence and that kind of vibe.
like ethereal.
Yeah. And so
sort of look to them.
As much as I would want, I actually like if you gave me complete creative freedom to like redo Beyond Light and the entire story, I don't think that I would have. I actually think that I would do the story very differently, but not necessarily in a way that people would expect. So based off of everything that I've been digging into. Okay. Am I okay to go like a bit off the deep end with this theory?
Absolutely. I like hearing stuff
All
like
right.
that.
So,
Get creative.
A plot point that I am a bit suspicious about that may have existed at one point, maybe it didn't, I don't know, is so I am very much of the opinion that Nezarec was retconned, and that Nezarec was actually the original like main villain of the pyramids. And I think that a big factor of that story was the attempt to try and resurrect him. And I think that that is what the pyramids were working towards. I would not be surprised if you had characters like Eris becoming aware of that and potentially getting involved in that as well. And I think if you wanted an enemy faction in this setting where Nezarec is pyramid related, as whatever, I think that he needs to come back first, and then they can come back. He's like the key. He's like the catalyst for
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like he's the one who has the power to really bring
Yes.
him back or something.
Yeah.
I like that.
So I think if I was doing Beyond Light, okay, what's the first thing I'd do? Get rid of the whole Vex Fallen storylines. We're gonna just clean that off. Aramis is back in the trash, like, just doesn't matter at all. I wouldn't have there be... I think I would be kind of okay with there being Vex, but I would definitely change the context of why they're there, I think. And as for the Fallen, I would probably... I mean, I would maybe have some form of a House of Salvation type thing, but they'd be very, very limited. And it would almost be more of like a kind of... Something that I really hate about the current House Salvation is that there's... Like, their name is linked to the pyramids, but there's absolutely nothing really, like, similar ideologically to the pyramids at all. Like, it's very detached from the pyramids, even though it's supposed to be linked. If I had a House Salvation, it would be like a cult that, like, worshipped the pyramids and that served them, and it's kind of like, you know, in Halo 4, how the Covenant found Requiem, and then they worshipped the dieback.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's kind of like that, you know. The one thing that I would absolutely 100%, 150% do is I would have it be revealed, first of all, that there was a pyramid race. Second of all, that they were given a golden age by the Gardner. And finally, I would have the big reveal be that they were originally human. And that would... I think that the
I have
massive...
a spark. I should do that.
Yeah, I was wondering. I think the context of knowing that the pyramids were humans, that they had the darkness, and that they became what they are, and that we are now taking the darkness, really adds a lot of weight to it. It's like, are we going to be any better? Are we going to be any different? You know, like, what actually is humanity's legacy going to be with these powers? And then, from then on, I don't know, it's kind of hard to say, because it's... I don't know. I really don't know. I think... Because the thing is, I don't even know if Nezarec was really a villain. It's hard. It's really hard to say, man, because... I mean, if Nezarec's sin, the lore about him being the purest light in the darkest hour, and that he just wants to be around forever, if that is completely false and he actually is, like, evil, then fair enough. However, if it isn't false, and he is kind of a lesser of two evils kind of deal, then I don't know. But anyway, I think the big thing was always really going to be the Winnower and the Gardner, and the pyramids were kind of the, like, the lesser servants of that. And that's probably what I would do.
Yeah.
I'd probably have Beyond Light just be about the big reveal about, you know, what the race actually are. And that doesn't mean that I have an actual physical race walking around. But, like, even something like, and I say this all the time, that Season of the Deep cutscene, there's absolutely no reason why we didn't get something like that in Beyond Light. It was very easy to do. Like, we should have had at least that. Like, I just think it's... Yeah.
I really do think the way... Whoopsie daisy.
No, that's my bad.
Sorry about that.
No, it's...
I think that the way that was executed, I think a lot of it, like the order of events, like the witness getting revealed in a random season, I think a lot of that just comes from conflict within...
I think they were just winging it, man.
Yeah. Like, I think that, like, it really... The whole Lightfall year was just the year of tying up loose ends, and it shows in a lot of ways, which isn't always necessarily a bad thing. We did get some stuff I would kind of argue is interesting. Like, I think, like, I really liked Season of the Witch, just because I generally enjoy Savathun as, like, an individual character.
That was the best season of the year.
I agree, 100%. Like, I don't think there's been a cooler... I don't think there's been, like, a cooler cutscene in, like, a season than or at least like a cooler action than like Savathun coming back and she's like, "Oh, Eris, that hive look suits you," and then she immediately gets her
Yeah,
throat slit.
yeah, that was
That is
great.
so cold.
It was really good.
And then you even got like cool like hints towards like a lot of certain stuff, like the what was it? What was it she said? Like the
Yeah.
eternal blade or something?
Hail the deathless one. Hail the wielder of the eternal sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick.
Very sus. Very interesting.
Very sus, dude. Yeah,
I did like the general aesthetic of Season of the Deep. I do just kind of think they were dilly-dallying a lot with it, is all.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the most interesting part of that season was the cutscene, and even then we shouldn't have gotten it during that. And then Ghost of the Deep, which doesn't really count because dungeons are kind of their own separate thing. But I do like that sort of idea of like the Hive's pantheon is so messed up that like they're romanticizing how it was when like Oryx was in power, and they kind of want to bring him back even if that means disregarding their philosophy to do so. Oh, is this the 50 wave one? I might switch to Night Stalker then. 1 second.
I'm actually kind of suspicious if we were even supposed to get that cutscene in Season of the Deep. Part of me wonders if they really wanted to save that reveal of the race for the final shape, but with Lightfall, how do I say it? I really get the feeling that Lightfall was not really supposed to happen, and because they like a lot of the information was supposed to be in the final shape, they couldn't like tell us a lot in Lightfall. So it was just a kind of like a tease, right? But it was too much of a tease, and people were really angry. So they were like, okay, we have to give them something. So Season of the Deep's cutscene was kind of like a sacrificial offering, kind of like an appeasement, you know?
Yeah, and it definitely did, because like, yes, there are the things where like development after a certain point is set in stone, but at the same time, that whole thing is such like a tonal shift from like the whole rest of that season in a lot of ways, I feel.
Yes. Yep. I think the biggest indicator to me, if this is true, is that they show the race and all the things, but they purposefully change it so that they're not identifiable really as human. And that might sound like cope, but the really big thing is that when they show their pyramids that they make, they have the tops cut off. And I said this before, if you look at the pyramids on display in the pyramid chips that we have in game, those pyramids don't have the tops cut off. So to me, it's really an indicator that they were like, okay, we're gonna show this, but we don't want to show everything just yet. So we'll just kind of like, you know.
Kind of interesting. Actually, if I remember correctly, in the Kolabayev concept art, in the background, you can kind of see what looks like a pyramid, but it doesn't have like the top on it.
No, but there's a reason why. Do you want to know the reason why?
Yeah,
It's actually pretty sick.
Yes, I would.
Because the reason why it doesn't have a top is because the top is a pyramid chip that's taking off from it.
Oh, so so they're like buildings. That's just how they made their buildings.
Like
that
the top
makes a lot of sense.
Like I guess like a landing pad for the pyramid. So the top of the pyramid is like the ship, and then it lands on the building, and then it becomes like a full
that
pyramid.
makes sense. Yeah,
That'd be really cool. I think that'd be really cool.
I like that.
Well, that's how we did it in Nezarec, and I mean maybe that's why they look like that in the cutscene, but I don't know.
Honestly, maybe. I don't know.
Also, what they wear in the Season of the Deep cutscene, I did some digging, and that looks very similar to actual ancient human clothing. I may have sent it to you.
100%. I even noticed that actually when I first watched that.
Ancient humans, sorry, ancient Egyptian specifically. I can't remember what the name of it was though. Are there any characters, by the way, I know that I am behind on the chat, guys, I do apologize. Is there, I'm so tired. Are there any characters you think aren't going to survive the end of the final shape? So to me, if I had to choose a character that doesn't survive, I would choose Zavala, just because, you know, with Lance dead and all that, I just feel like it's kind of, you know, more respectful to you know, do that. However, I finished the seasonal story, and I am very suspicious of the conversation between Osiris and Saint, where it's like, oh, when this is all done, we can, you know, do this. And
Oh,
you know
you're
what I mean?
right.
It's like the typical, oh, today's my last day on the job, and then I get to go home to my family. Plot twist, or not plot twist, you know, spoiler, he did not go home after that.
Man,
You know?
them die, I'm gonna be so sad, because they're like my favorite characters.
So I would be surprised if Osiris dies. Not that I necessarily want him to, but I feel like some of the indications are there.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
what you mean, yeah.
I mean, obviously the witness is going bye-bye. Apart from that, I don't know, dude. Seems to be a pretty safe expansion. You demand. Thank you, Beam.
Yeah, the reason I'm not certain about it, this is gonna sound really weird, but I think when I explain it, it's gonna make sense. Every time there has been a major character death, the season before, they put in the spoiler alert sidearm.
True.
That's what I'm thinking, because like that first time, it was like they introduced it in Warmind. A season later, like the next expansion, Forsaken, he gets shot in the chest and dies. And then after that, we got it in Season of the Lost, and then it was revealed in Witch Queen that Savathun died before she became a guardian.
Oh, true.
And so even someone even like, and I do know, because that probably sounds like weird, but the reason I think it matters is because I know someone made like a tweet where they were like, it's funny that they released a sidearm with the description someone's about to die, like the expansion before they killed Cade, and then one of the devs replied, that is not a coincidence. So that's something they very much did on purpose. Which, yeah, granted, they're not always going to do that, but like I just think with the way, because like since they introduced that sidearm, they have like origin traits and like craftable stuff. So there are like other ways they could reintroduce that if they wanted to, which is kind of why it kind of makes me think like, I don't know. I could be completely wrong. Like, we'll see. Maybe like when the expansion's like done and over with, Cade will be like, well, that takes care of that, and then he slips on a banana peel and like falls into an abyss.
I hope not.
I think Cade's gonna be the planetary vendor.
Yeah,
that's the vibe I get.
That's 100% what I'm thinking, dude.
Makes the most sense, in my opinion. Because I've been saying it for like the longest time, and I'm seeing that other people are kind of starting to think the same thing. I really do think that I think that it is the Cade that we know, and he was brought back with wish magic, and I think the repercussion is that he has to stay in the Pale Heart. He cannot leave. So like he's alive, but he's like isolated to one place.
That does seem to be what the indication is, especially. I don't know. I think it's gonna depend on when exactly it's revealed that he kind of woke up. You know, what'd be crazy is if him and like when Crow falls out of the portal onto the Pale Heart, if like Cade literally spawned in at the same time, that'd be interesting.
Maybe, who knows? I honestly, I'm not too sure though, because I do know in like that first final shape reveal, they had like one of like those like drawn cutscenes of like Cade standing around the Pale Heart, like something in that sort of regard.
Right.
And then they got like that whole like thing like with the like the environmental trailer or whatever, where he's talking and he's like, oh, I woke up and I was in like paradise or whatever. So I think that after the wish manifested, he awoke in there, and he was just kind of chilling in there for a bit before Crow came.
And actually, another thing to keep in mind is that all of the timeline stuff does not take, for the most part, does not take the delay into consideration. So
Yeah.
Crow's journey was only supposed to be like a week, right? Or something? Week, 2 weeks?
Like 2 weeks. Like,
Yeah.
pretty much. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that was originally meant to be the season finale.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't like the way this tormentor's looking at me. One detail I really like is that the pyramid scaler comes down. If you'll look up whenever they.
Yep.
So it's like their little ship they're flying around. They like go through the drive-through and then come here or something. They go through. You know what's there was I don't know how many people. For some people, this will probably be a trip down memory lane. For others, you're gonna think I am absolutely schizo. There used to be this this machinima called Destiny Cops for like Destiny. It was like a buddy cop show, but it was Destiny. And one of the running gags in it was they would go to the Dreadnought, and what the Dreadnought was is like after Oryx died, they converted the Dreadnought into a bagel shop.
Oh boy.
And I know it's really random, but like that made me thought of that. So maybe he stopped at the Dreadnought and got himself a bagel, a bacon, egg, and cheese or something. Who knows?
How do you hope they reveal the Gardner and Winter? I've kind of had the one thing in my head for a while, which is that either the Gardner gets revealed like to the character pretty early on, or the way that I'm actually kind of thinking it's gonna go is that I think she's in the monolith, and I think either like to the player it's revealed like in a cutscene like early on, kind of like how during the Red War you had the cutscenes between Gaul and the speaker. So like, you know, you're progressing through the Pale Heart and then you get like cutscenes where it's the Witness and the Gardner. Or that's like the big reveal at the end of the story where, you know, she's revealed at the end in the monolith when you reach the end. As for the Winnower, I don't really know how they can introduce the character. I don't know how they can really introduce the character and do them like close out that story in the one expansion. Because like, if they reveal the Gardner, I don't think she's really going anywhere. She's going to be like an actual just established character from then on, right? We're probably going to have a relationship with her, and she's probably going to be a part of the story moving forward. I feel like if you introduce the Winnower, you kind of need to keep that character around as well. So the way I would do it is Gardner's introduced, and then she, by extension, reveals the Winnower verbally, saying, oh, you know, whatever. And then that is the next kind of villain for the future. And I know people really don't want just another Darkness thing for the second saga, but I'm always of the opinion where there wasn't supposed to be a second saga. There wasn't really. And I'm sorry, but if your entire saga is just going to Tora Bottle or just going to Lubre, again, a saga is like a multiple year storyline. You know, this isn't just like one season or one episode or one expansion. It's like a multiple thing. So I don't know what else they can do multiple expansions of. The only thing I can think of is the Winnower, really. And I know, like, there's a lot of people who are like, well, like, I'd be interested in those things. Like, why? And it's like, oh, well, I don't really want like a higher stake, whatever. And respectfully, I'm a bit just kind of skeptical about that, because I think it's one thing to say that, and it's another thing to live it. Like, it's one thing to be like, yeah, I'd be down for just a chill, whatever. And honestly, I think a good example of this, and I know I keep comparing the two, but I think a good example of this is actually World of Warcraft, because they were going on a continuous, what's the word? A continuous
journey.
Yeah, but it's like an increase in stakes, like a continuous
spiral,
escalation.
Escalation. That's a better word.
Yeah. And in Shadowlands, you had like massive stakes, like huge. And then people were like, "Oh, we're sick and tired of these big, massive stakes. You know, can you turn it down, whatever?" So then they released Dragonflight, which is just kind of a. I mean, I haven't really played it, but I get, I've seen stuff in it. I get the feeling it's just kind of a, a feel-good, explore the land, all that kind of stuff. And the stakes don't really seem to be that massive, especially not compared to Shadowlands or whatever. And it just seems kind of dead, and there just doesn't seem to be like any excitement about it at all. And honestly, all the cutscenes that I see, it's literally just Season of the Therapy stuff, where it's like characters standing around, sharing their feelings, and it's just whatever. And I think it's not a coincidence that they have gone from that to this epic finale trio. They literally are just copying Destiny, where they're going, "Oh, we're gonna reveal the next 3 expansions, and it's the World Soul Saga." Again, they're just copying Destiny. And there's like, "Oh, we've got the War Within. We've got whatever the next 2 are." And it's like these stakes, and we are answering questions on the biggest scale. So I think, it's fine to not necessarily want a bigger stake. But I'm just very skeptical that in practice, that's something that people actually are going to be happy with. Like, if you have 3 expansions, and they're all very just kind of like, we're just kind of, going around, and we're just kind of whatever. I don't know how actually interested people are going to be with that necessarily. And again, I could be completely wrong, but I think that it's just a natural thing that it's like, why am I doing this? Why is this more important than the last thing I did? And I'm not saying that every single expansion has to be that. For example, you can combine the 2. So if the big threat is whatever, there is no reason why you cannot add Lubre, Tora Bottle, those other things into that, right? So it's like, okay, we need to prepare for this threat. So we're going to go to Tora Bottle, we're going to get this set up, and that's going to help us. Okay, cool. Okay, there is some powerful technology left behind in the remains of Lubre. This will help us in the war to come. We're going to go there and get that. That is completely different than just being like, "Oh, let's just go to Tora Bottle and help them because we want to be nice. Oh, let's go to Lubre and check that out because I've always wondered what that was like." And that's the whole reason for you being there at all. There's a big difference, right? So again, it's not that I'm against having those things be in expansions at all. It's the context of why you're going there. Again, think about Beyond Light and Europa. Why are we going to Europa? Is because ancient power awaits you on Europa. Stop the second collapse. The secrets of the pyramids. This is what I brought you here to see. Or is it, "Oh, we have to stop Aramis, guys, and we have to stop the Vex and the Strike, and oh, we have to learn about the dark timeline that just never is going to happen because we automatically stopped it from happening, and we're just there just to kind of explore and just to..." Context matters. So, in terms of... I know I went on a huge, massive TED Talk again. But anyway, yeah. Sagas, all of that. I think that the Winnower is the next natural step for that. I think it's the next natural step.
Here's how I think I would word it towards like people who are kind of like, "Oh, but this is the end of the Light and Dark Saga. Why would they introduce the Winnower?" The way I look at it, this is the Light versus Darkness Saga. And
it's
we've
really
kind of learned throughout this saga. Yeah, we've kind of learned throughout this saga that we can use both. So if anything, I think that like the next saga will be like the saga of balance, where like, oh, this Winnower gentleman and this Gardner lass is like, they're causing like their little game, this little game they've been playing is causing just this constant imbalance. Like, oh, the rest of life has to just sit back and deal with it while these two
Mom and Dad
primal entities play galactic chess. And I think, just thinking about it myself, I think maybe the best way they could execute it is like personally, I said this in the very first stream we had, which I think is members only, so I will repeat it here so other people can hear it. Is I think that the Gardner reveal will happen because you guys, like, during that first reveal, during, like, the reveal trailer, there's that scene where we are getting yanked inside, like, we got, like, the hands and stuff, like, you're, like, sinking into the darkness goop, and you're reaching up towards a light. What I think that is I think that because of, like, the hands and, like, the darkness, I think that that is the witness trying to integrate us into its consciousness. And I think that, like, that's going to be, like, its last-ditch effort to, like, try and beat us because it, like, doesn't know about, like, it doesn't expect prismatic. And
have you played Shadow
the Gardner
by any chance?
I have not.
Okay, never mind. Okay, no. There's kind of a similar thing that happens to that. Anyway, so keep going.
I see. See, and then we're, like, sinking. We're like, oh, no, we don't want to be, like, a part of this hive mind. We don't agree with them. And then we look up and we see a light and we hear a voice. Like, oh, don't worry. You're drowning? Well, I guess Mother will pull you out. And then she reaches in and she pulls us out. Sargway! Like, oh, you thought the witness was bad? Wait until you see the zoomies, dude.
Oh, boy.
Crazy. But yeah, and then, she pulls us out, and then the witness, I guess, like, flees or something. And then she's like, oh, go kill that. And we're like, hell yeah. And then we go do that. And then after, because, you know, we always get, like, those, sometimes we'll get, like, those little post-credits things after, like, dungeons or raids. So maybe after we, if the winower isn't revealed to be, like, working with the witness, if he's not, like, sitting there being like, good, keep torturing this woman, or whatever. It could be he gets revealed after, like, during that cutscene or whatever, where it's you beat
kind of like how the witness was revealed.
Yes. Where the Gardner's like, okay, good job, you beat the witness. Now we got to focus on, like, the real problem. And then he gets revealed. And I think it could be the whole thing you've kind of been talking about, where it's like we show up and the winnower is like, oh, just kill the witness. You're cooler. I like you more. I think you'll do his job better because he just goes around making things suffer, and I do not like that, to be honest. And then we're kind of like, no, actually. And then he's just kind of like, what? What do you mean, no? We're like, no. And he's like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll just kill you all then, dude. And then... But then, like, we killed his best protege, and then this new guy he wanted to recruit said no. So he's kind of like, oh, what to do? You there, Hive God of War. I'll pick you. You can do it. You can be my next protege. And that could be where they bring in that whole, like, thing where we go out of our way to go to Tora Bottle and help the Cabal and kind of, like, bunch it in and make it make sense. Where, we go and we help with Tora Bottle, and then it's revealed, like on the side, like, it's kind of revealed as that expansion goes on that, like, Zivu Arath's working with the winnower. And that could kind of be like his full reveal, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
I was really rambly explaining.
No,
that.
dude. I am going on so many TED Talks. You're fine. I will say you might find this interesting. I was skimming through the Lightfall Vidoc yesterday, and Bungie was like, we need to. They basically were kind of referring to it did actually kind of refer to the Light and Darkness Saga as the Traveler versus the Pyramids. And I thought that was really interesting. I did think that was very interesting. I'm gonna go back to the chat here. I want to Curse of Osiris 2. I miss his old mysterious dude. I actually loved the vibe of Curse of Osiris and the music too.
Got Goombas.
Is it like a website where you can read lore? Yes, Ishtar Collective.
Ishtar Collective.
GS.
Very
Ishtar.
useful.
I'm gonna.
So useful.
Ishtar Collective.
With a lot of the things I've been writing, I think for everyone who does, like, Destiny lore stuff, Ishtar Collective is absolutely indispensable.
Yeah, like, it's absolutely a necessity.
Man, I still remember the day we were doing that first chat. We were that was when they did, like, the late April Fool's thing where it was, like, laid out like an old website. And so I went there. I was like, oh, maybe I'll look at like a couple of topics to bring up, and I go there, and it's like completely different, and I'm like, oh no, what is this?
I was very annoyed.
I think it's a cool novelty.
I know.
Like as like an April Fool's.
I feel like such a boomer. Like, oh, why did you change it? I hate change. But it wasn't, and they even admitted it because they changed it back. It wasn't very practical. So needs a bit more tuning. Oh, I gotta. Oh, please be good. Please be good. Please be good.
I do like the idea of them like giving it like a theme though. I think that's interesting. Or it's like they kind of theme it after like, oh, you're accessing like this classified Ishtar computer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of neat. We don't get to see much of them as like an organization in universe, do we? Ishtar.
What's that again? Sorry.
We don't really get to see Ishtar that much. I feel like in Destiny, like these days.
I think that's I think that's coming up very soon, though. I think that's one of the next things that they're going to focus on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually the focus of Echoes.
Yeah, I actually agree, 100%.
Yeah, you have the whole
because that makes the most, especially if like, because there's still that whole thing that still kind of hasn't been answered, like as of yet, where like the Ishtar scientists, they found Praedyth and he's like, oh good, we got to get out of here, and then they all kind of explain to him, they're like, okay, so we got this whole bigger thing that we need to go warn everyone else about. And they haven't, the only like closure we've gotten to that really is the engraving on No Time to Explain being changed from soon to now.
Right.
But like other than that, we haven't really gotten anything. But if they reveal the winnower, they could transition into that perfectly, where like we find out about the winnower and then they come back and they're like, okay fellas, now's the time. We gotta deal with this evil guy, and first things first, we gotta deal with his little homies, the Vex.
By the way, speaking of Ishtar, not to like, plug whatever, but if you guys are interested in what the deeper meaning behind Ishtar might be, I've got a member video that goes into that, and it's actually, I thought it was really cool. I don't know, did you see that, Risen? The
yeah,
Ishtar?
I watched that.
I thought that was the discovery was actually kind of, I was not, and then I go to Myers here and I'm like, dude, I just found this thing, this is nuts, and he's like, wait, you're only finding out now? Like, the amount of times that I get so excited because I've discovered something, and then he's like, dude, that's just like, yeah, I've known about this for years. I'm like, dude, why didn't you tell me? And he's like, you didn't ask. And I'm like, bro. But anyway, yeah, definitely, if you guys are interested in that, I would recommend that for sure. But I think with the Ishtar Collective people, I think that you got Praedyth, and you have Chioma, and I actually think that, so I was kind of going back through like their lore, and I was reading it, and I think that if I had to guess, I think Chioma, or Kioma, I have to pronounce her name, I can't be bothered.
It's Chioma,
yeah.
Chioma Essie.
I think that when she gave herself to the Vex, I wouldn't be surprised if she just joined like the other group that are with
Praedyth, that
you know
makes
what I mean?
sense.
And I don't know what their purpose is, because obviously like the one purpose is like, oh, we need to get Praedyth out, right? But in terms of like how does this contribute towards our story, it's really difficult, because I do think that the episodes are just kind of like wrapping up loose ends. They're not necessarily like building up towards anything, necessarily anyway. So I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I can think of right now is that it will substantially reduce the Vex threat. Whatever it is that they've discovered, whatever that freeing them will do, I don't know. But, dude, I want to see Praedyth. I'd be really, really sick.
Yeah. In fact, that could even, you know what they could even do if they brought him back is, because there's that implication where it's like, oh, that's like an area where you'd send like a raid team, but there was like only 3 people that we know of. And so it's possible that like the other 3 could have gotten deleted from the timeline. So maybe, like, if Praedyth himself remembers them, since he got deleted from the timeline as well, maybe we could even get like some extra like new lore about like those other 3 members of Kabir's fire team. I
Yeah.
think something like that would be really cool.
Yep. 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 I think that something that Destiny 1 had that D2 doesn't have anymore, that really made it stand out lore-wise and world-building-wise. And it's something that I'm calling the Path of Legends. And it's basically like D1 really had a running theme of different activities where you're basically walking in the footsteps of heroes who came before you who like died trying to accomplish the same thing. So like for example, who is yoinking? Oh, there you go. You've got Vault of Glass with the original fire team, and like you're finding the guns with the the mentions of Kabir and the relic. You've got Dark Below with Eris and her fire team, and what else do we got?
Dark Below.
You've got things like Thorn with Dredge and Yor, and Jaren Ward with the Last Word. Like I'm sure there's. I mean, you have the cloak from the speaker that you can get. That's Anna Bray's cloak. This legend, alleged legend who died or whatever, and you have like these characters and these heroes that, like, as much as we are the main character and we're like the the OP guardian, whatever, we live in a world that had a history before our time that was full of heroes in its own right, and we're kind of like walking in their footsteps and trying to be like them in a lot of ways. And I think D2 really doesn't have that anymore, partially because we've kind of outgrown a lot of these characters and there's not really anybody left. But I think, yeah, I wish that was a theme that was still a thing, but...
I like that idea. Speaking of the Vault of Glass, something I was kind of... to some people who really do their research, this might be like a very obvious thing. I have no idea if like this. I'm just thinking of something someone already thought of like 5 years ago. But we know that like... Obviously, Vault of Glass wasn't intended to be the original raid. It was originally going to be that, like, super... Oh my god. It was originally going to be that super raid or whatever, where it was, like, Crota's End, King's Fall, and then the Summoning Pit Strike all in, like, one activity. But then, like, when it got changed, it became the stuff with the...
No, Depths of Darkness.
Vex and then the Vault of Glass. So what I'm wondering is, what is this? That's not supposed to happen. Anyways, what I'm wondering is, if maybe the stuff with the Vault of Glass is possibly like remnants of that Vexavoid DLC or something.
Yeah, fun fact, that was Curse of Osiris.
Is it? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think I again went into it. I made a video about the thingy to do with the Traveler and the Vex being there at the same time on Mercury, and then I had my extended discussion stream about it, and then I did make a member video on it where I went more in detail about the art. And long story short, yeah, I'm pretty confident that there's enough evidence out there to support Mercury and Curse of Osiris kind of coming from Vex Void scraps.
That's interesting.
Because concepts like the lighthouse and different things that we see in that expansion are, yeah. And as for Forge of Gods, or the Forge of the Gods, whatever, that's a little bit more up in the air. But yeah, no. Bungie has a track record of reusing scrapped content for other things, so this is kind of the track record.
Yeah, I've heard some people think that, like, oh, if because I think I have heard that before, actually, that that Curse of Osiris is the Vex Void, and I know I've heard other people say that it's possible that in that case that Warmind could be like issued like kit bashed version of Forge of the Gods, maybe.
Yeah, I've heard a few different things about Mars in Warmind. It's really hard to say. The big. So on the one hand, it would make sense, right? The other thing that should be noted, if I remember correctly, Curse of Osiris was mainly Bungie, but Warmind was actually mainly was it Vicarious or something? It was a different studio mainly that did that. Which
Yeah,
is why,
Vicarious Visions made
yes.
Warmind.
Which is why when you look at the concept art for Warmind, it's actually like Vicarious concept art, and it was wild stuff. They had some really crazy ideas for that expansion, story-wise. There's actually a really sick one.
They also made They also did. Oh, come again?
No, there's a really sick picture, and it was like Zol kind of like in like a Sarlacc pit, but like the pit is like all Warmind. It was like a big, massive like Warmind whatever, and he's like in it, and you're like jumping down into the hole, kind of like Gandalf going in after the Balrog, and you're holding the spear, and it's like you're like crashing down onto Zol with the spear. That would have been cool.
We might be cooked, by the way.
Not if anything to say about it, I have.
Yeah. No. And Tormentors. I love Tormentors. They're so scary.
Sapphire.
Yeah, that's really.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's really interesting though. Sarlacc pit.
Or no,
It's
just that it was like a big hole with the, you know, like of when I say act, I'm butchering it because I'm tired, whatever. Just you can find it for yourself. It's there, so.
I gotcha. No, I think I know. It's like a big, like scary, like spiky hole or something.
No, like you know, it was Zol in like a Warmind facility, but it was just like.
Oh, I see.
But it was kind of like he was rising up out of it, and but like you were like falling down to meet him in it.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool.
Yeah. Sapphire.
What an anticlimactic fight.
Dude, killing the worm with the glow stick. I feel you're painting the winnower a little bit too much in a desperate light. In order for him to be a serious threat and competent villain, he needs to be more confident and control. I agree with you 100%. He needs to have every backdoor and every ace. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. I remember my first major discovery being Tales of Forgotten. Fun reason to believe Faison was made to tackle the winners for. You're killing me, Sapphire. You're killing me.
I think it's probably just the way I worded it weird. If he's talking about like my, like interpretation. I think to put it like I don't think that. The way I kind of see it is, I don't think the winnower like until like the last like desperate moments would like show to us that he would be like genuinely upset or anything. I think that like because like, but the thing is, he's been winning this game every time. Like every instance of this flower game, he's won. And so you have to imagine, like, Eldritch Entity or not, that has to really fuel his ego. And so I think to a certain point, he's got like this ego where he's like, oh, I'll win either way. Things will always go my way. But then when like, if we told him no, that would kind of be us like striking a blow to that ego. And he'd kind of like not, he'd kind of have to come up with like a contingency or something, if that makes any sense. I'm not saying he'd be like this blabbering, he wouldn't be like talking the way I was talking. He wouldn't be like a blabbering oaf. He would just be like, he just would be caught off guard by it, and he'd be like, oh, you don't want to side with me? Fine, dude. Like, that's kind of more what I mean.
You know, it is interesting that you mentioned that, and then, oh, dang it, please don't die, please don't die. Oh, come on, I don't.
Oh, no.
You are the last hope.
Yeah.
Right, we gotta lock in for this. I think both of you make really interesting points, and I do want to give my opinions on that. But first, I gotta kill this dude.
And we gotta kill reskinned Skolas or whatever. This is wave 30, I believe. Oh, why are you so close? Oh God. Another thing, the reason I'm so blabbery, like especially right now, is because I'm very vocal when I play games. I'll go like when stuff happens. And so it kind of makes it hard to... I used to be a lot better at it, but nowadays I'm not as good at, like, talking and playing the game at the same time.
I 100% know that feeling.
And man, it was, like, back in the day I could talk about lore while going on, like, a Crucible kill streak. I used to be, like, a...
Oh, that's quite the boast. Oof.
I mean, like, who are, like, the good Crucible people? I'm no, like, Panda, or I'm no, who's the one everyone likes? Grenader Jake. I'm no Grenader Jake, but I used to be better at Crucible than I am now. Like, I was good at, like, sniping and stuff, but now I am, like, not. Yeah, like, if it makes any sense, I don't, like... I pretty much play this game like a dad nowadays. I'm mainly invested in the story. I mostly don't care.
Bro,
about,
you're like what? You're like what, 19, 20?
20. I'm turning 21 in a couple months.
Okay, I know you feel like you're getting old. I felt like I was getting old when I was turning 21. Trust me, you're not a dad just yet.
I know. I'm well aware.
Now, when you're 24, that's when it's a bit different, okay?
That makes sense.
That's when you really... I remember... Was I with you and your friend? Yeah. No, it wasn't you. Who was I with? Can't remember, no. No, I was with Myers. Sorry, no, I was with Myers and his friend. And his friend was like 20 something. And he said after 24 it goes downhill from there.
Makes sense.
And that was
yeah.
I felt really great about that, dude. But no, going back to Sapphire. So Sapphire is like, yeah, like you shouldn't paint the winnower in like a desperate light. The winnower should be confident. Well, I agree with that. You're saying, well, the winnower has like won every single instance, and you know, surely it would be a bit kind of like, what? You're saying no, really? But like, I make complete sense. Like, what reason do you have to possibly? And I think it makes a really great kind of, and this is 100% the kind of conversation. This is the exact reason why I put the winnower in S tier as a villain, because of the amount of depth and complexity that you have going on. The reason why this is interesting is because both of you are right. Okay, so the winnower is presented as a very calm, always in control, relaxed, you know. You want to join me? That would mean everything to me. But if you don't, that's fine. I am, like, listen, I am the winning team, right? Like, I'm gonna win anyway. If you want to die, that's fine. But I'd really prefer if you didn't. But, you know, it's okay. But then at the same time, is that, you know, when the winnower says that, basically, like, you know, it'd be fine if we said no. But is that actually true? Because does the winnower actually... How does the winnower actually react to things not going his way? And I think a really good example that comes to mind is, how did the winnower react when the Gardner suggested changing the rules of the game? Was the winnower relaxed and controlled there? And it's like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, go for it, but you're going to see that I was right anyway. No, the winnower was kind of panicked and desperate and like...
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you're right. He was like,
you can't do this.
You're doing.
You can't. Now, obviously, like, the scale is a lot different between us joining the winnower. Well, maybe, but actually, no. So, in a sense, like, yes, the Gardner, you know, and the fight that happened between the Gardner and the winnower, that made the universe, that's a pretty big scale thing, obviously, but what does us... How do I say this? I actually think... So, the winnower... Dude, I'm literally cooking in my head while I'm speaking. This is all actually coming together. So, the winnower is actually really deceptive here in this lore, in Unveiling, where the winnower acts as if... So, we are basically the final argument for the Gardner. But, if we deny the winnower, we are actually proving her right. So the winnower acts as if, for the most part, oh, just join me. I really value you, and I would really like to have you on the winning team. It'd be really great. But if you don't, that's okay. But in reality, us saying no is proving the Gardner right, which is at the same time kind of proving the winnower wrong. Now, granted, if we die, if the winnower just like kills us, then the winnower is proven right in the end anyway. First of all, though, that's gonna really sting the winnower's pride. Second of all, how confident is the winnower really that we would die? Because and the reason why the winnower values us, for those of you interested, is because we are something that's never been seen before. We are truly a unique being because we have the ability to use the light and the darkness, and we have the ability to choose our own fate. We are not one side or the other. We are not bound to one side or the other. We basically have the potential to effectively become the next gods of the Destiny universe. And that makes us very unique and very valuable. And we're getting to the power levels where the winnower has never dealt with or encountered something like us before. So anyway, my point is just that Sapphire is right in that the character of the winnower is one who is calm, collected, in control. But Ultra is also right because the winnower has never dealt really with denial before. The track record shows that the winnower has panicked and become desperate before. And us saying no, in reality, does represent more than just, oh, okay, that's a shame, oh well. Because it actually is kind of proving the winnower wrong. Which not only hurts its pride, but now it's like, okay, now I have to deal with these guys. I don't actually know how this is going to go. So anyway, and that was a big ramble, but I think that both of you are right, and you kind of highlight something really interesting about the character.
Yeah.
I need more coffee, man. I need more coffee. My brain cells are screaming. Please.
Oh, fair
It's
enough.
too early. We only had a little bit of sleep. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, good night, John.
Good night, John. Sleep tight. Don't let the Zeepos bite.
Uh-huh. Wonder and Mystery are definitely on the back burner. I agree. Hopefully the episodes kind of lean into that, but we'll see. I bet they look like two children humanoids. Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, we're going the Mass Effect 3 approach, huh? Interesting.
I do think that they are more adults. I do think the Gardner is more like a young woman. But I don't know. I don't know. I doubt we'll see the Gardner. Or sorry, go on.
This is the way I kind of like to look at it. This kind of goes more into speculative territory, but I think it makes sense because of how these entities are described. Because we've seen that the Gardner, she likes to portray herself in two ways: the wolf, the Alpha Lupi, or as we see in the Deepstone Crypt Titan Marks lore tab, she appeared to Saint as like a woman with white hair,
and there's
wearing
the scrap
black
cutscene
clothes.
from D1 as well, if you're gonna take that into consideration.
Yes, that too. Which is like a similar description, except the character in that wasn't wearing black; she was wearing white. But I think in terms of that, I think the description of like, oh, as though she was grieving is important.
But it actually can go either way, man, because as much as the drawn cutscene shows her wearing white, the concept art for the cutscene has her in different colors. So like there's one version of her that's wearing white and blue, another version that's black and blue. Like it's so it honestly it kind of could have gone either way. Also, actually, something you're gonna find really interesting, and I probably won't make. I don't know if I'll make a video on this or not, but this is gonna be kind of exclusive for now. I kind of had a realization, and actually, no, it was actually Alloy who confirmed it, but a symbol that's always linked to the to the Traveler is two circles, like a big circle and then a smaller one in the middle, right? Like, do you know what I'm on about? Like, so like a sphere, and then there's like a smaller sphere inside of it.
I see.
I don't know. Anyway, that's been. I mean, I think with the old light subclass icon for the light,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, a cutscene. Do you remember the cutscene that showed? I think it was actually the cutscene that played after the Deepstone Crypt was beaten, and it showed Aramis and the Fallen under the Veiled Woman statue, looking up at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
do remember
Yeah.
that.
So in that cutscene, there is stuff that's drawn around the statue, and it is the two circles. Okay. Okay. It goes deeper though. So I had always been like, that's kind of a cheeky nod, you know, because I think that statue was of the Gardner, yada yada. So because I used that picture for the video that I just made, and I was thinking about it. So I sent it to Alloy, and I was like, yeah, I think it's interesting that they have the symbol, whatever. So he's like, wait a minute. And Alloy, he's like really big into making like, I don't know if you've seen some of his art, like the Grimoire card style stuff, and kind of like
I think he's posted that a bit. I think I've seen it.
Yeah, but anyway, so he's more knowledgeable about like iconography and like the symbols and stuff like that than I would be. And what I'm gonna do is actually, after we beat this, because we're nearly done, I'm gonna pull it up. Long story short, the symbol that's around the Traveler is literally the exact same thing that's around the Traveler in the cutscene where it's given Golden Ages. It's the exact same radial. The exact same. The scaling is a little bit different, but it is the exact same. So the Deepstone Crypt cutscene has a Veiled Woman statue with the exact same symbol as the one that's around the Traveler. There is no other reason for that, in my opinion, than if that's the Gardner. I can't think of a different reason.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. As for the winnower, I definitely think it's going to be, at least because we have that other concept art, I definitely think at the very least he's going to be some sort of hooded man with a sword.
That's what
I think that
see.
makes the most sense.
And the big thing
But
as well
I think,
is that, like, if it was a Cthulhu monster, you'd have no interest in even hearing it out.
But I think that's the thing, is that kind of goes along with like its manipulative facade. We see that art with like the of like it having like this appearance, but then there's the caveat or like the thing where, oh, its nickname is the Formless One. It's this being that doesn't have a form, and so I think that could just be the way that it likes to portray itself. But I think that in reality, it is like, its shape is, the sword logic represents simplicity, so its true shape would be like simple. It'd be like this, like, I guess like an example would be like this black bubbling mass. It's kind of been changed because I think that it's kind of been changed to be associated with the Witness, but I really do think that at least at one point in time, those like dark clouds that would like encircle like the solar system whenever like they were talking about the darkness, I think that was originally meant to represent the winnower. I really do.
I would I would agree with that. Another thing you talked about, like the its desire to kind of communicate with us and the human form and all that. What people might not know about people might not know about that concept art with the winnower, what to do with the sword, whatever, is that he's actually smiling in that picture. He's got like a cheeky little...
I never even noticed
if you zoom in on his face, he's got a sly little grin going on.
That's very fitting, actually.
So,
makes sense. Prideful fellow, that one.
Okay. Let me see. Vault of Glass was going to be the end of the main story. After story was going to be the huge raid. I bet they'll do children. I doubt we'll see the Gardner winnower in the final shape. Bungie's current Gardner is looking very likely. Lol, you kids being old makes me feel ancient. Dude,
you kids being old.
I feel
Kind of
ancient.
set.
So what do you guys think of my Physon's theory? I'm gonna be honest, Sapphire. I don't necessarily care as much about disciples. However, I do think that there is a lack of them out there, and I would be against it, man. I wouldn't be against it at all. I think that. Do you know what it kind of reminds me of? It um, reminds me of, what is it, Hirax, the Mindbender. You have this dude, right? This House of Exile Dreg, or whatever he was, and like, if you saw this
Yeah.
dude on the moon, you'd be like, oh, just, I'm just killing him for my patrol mission, whatever. He falls into the Hellmouth and he makes something of himself. This is one way of putting it. And I think Phison would be a cool other example of that, where you have a dude, he's not like, he doesn't have any claim to fame, no, like, whatever, but he's just like, you know what, I see an opportunity in the witness and power in being a disciple. I'm going to prove myself. And so, like, House of Salvation is very shattered, and it's very, whatever. It'd be cool to have this one dude amongst the rats just kind of like proving himself and being like, yeah, I am worthy, and then becomes remade as, like, a cool disciple. I think it'd be sick.
I like that idea, and that lines up too with the whole logic around the darkness.
Which makes us a potential third player in the game. We are. So the analogy I always give is that the story of, the story of the Gardner, the Winnower, us, all of that. It is one big custody battle where you have the Gardner and the Winnower as parents of the universe fighting over it as their child, because each one of them thinks that they know the best way of raising it or forming it or shaping it, and so we're just like caught in the middle. But we represent the child growing up and outgrowing the parents. And bro, I'm never gonna get the role that I want from, by the way. And that's kind of how I see it. Bro, I'm actually doomed. I'm never getting the role that I want. I want Rampage and Killing Tally.
Oh, on a
Hammerhead.
Hammerhead.
Yeah.
I gotcha. I've been trying to get like an Edge Transit with, like bait and switch, and I think Envious is
that took me so long to get, dude.
Everyone has their one weapon that they got trouble getting. That one's mine. Everything else I got in a timely manner with this one gun.
Yeah, and I'm not too fussed about it being a shiny.
I don't care either. Because all the shiny really does is just like a different coat of paint. I think you're still going to be able to enhance them regardless, if I remember correctly. Which is what matters to me.
I'm actually happy with the base, like, shiny blast furnace they give you. I'm really happy with that, so I'm gonna just keep that. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a decent roll.
I have a decent recluse, a shiny recluse as well, but like recluse is kind of, so I don't really. That's fine, whatever. I got an Edge Transit finally with bait and switch and Envious Assassin. It's not shiny, but I don't care. And then I'm actually happy with this shiny I just got for the Hammerhead with rewind rounds and Killing Tally. And actually, honestly, like, high impact reserves and then destabilizing rounds, like, it's decent. I'm happy with that. I would like one with the Killing Tally and Rampage. I don't care if it's shiny or not. And then Hung Jury, don't care.
Yeah.
Luna's Howl is kind of cool.
Waste of a pick.
But like,
Luna's is cool.
We're just gonna be able to use the OG one when it comes back in final shape.
That's true.
What's the other one? Midnight Coup, though, could be good, but I think it's more of like a PvP gun for me personally. So kind of, we'll see.
Really? You can get some pretty good PvE per thing.
Okay.
Yeah, the one I use has what is mine? It's like Firefly and Kinetic Tremors or something.
I remember everybody was
You
going
can.
crazy over that combo, but like, isn't it like not as good as we thought it was gonna be?
I have no idea. I don't remember. It's like Firefly, Kinetic Tremor.
Oh no
Apparently,
no no!
Firefly
Sorry, I got mixed
and
up. It was
Ball
explosive
is really
rounds.
good.
It was explosive rounds in Tremor
That's right.
because everybody was going mad
And I
over hung jury with it.
hung jury. They could have picked so many other scouts, and that's the one they went with.
I think they
Like
should have done
I
another Leviathan. I was thinking, I saw an old clip of me using it. What's it called? The Leviathan pulse rifle.
ah
Remember the one that I'm on about?
yeah
Yeah, that was a cool pulse. Or Alone as a God, the Sniper. People really wanted that instead of
yeah. I think
the raid one. The other one.
yeah. I think either that, yeah, either Alone as a God or the what do you call it? The one from Season of Dawn. I forget what it's called. Trophy Hunter or something. I didn't play. Yeah, Trophy Hunter. And then I think for honestly, I think that for I just really they really shouldn't have put guns that were already in the game as guns you could get from that, because I feel like a big part of the point was like, oh, it's stuff that was like banned, but like
Yeah.
Fury wasn't banned. I was using it last week, dude. Like I know that I'm a member of the Guardian FBI, but come on now. Like give me something different. Like I think instead of, and I think a big one is I think instead of the Vow grenade launcher, I think it should have been Martyr's Retribution, because that was the first ever that was the first ever wave frame we got. And I remember people were hyping it up back in the day.
Yeah.
They always have been hyped.
What was that one way? Was it Martyrs? That one wayframe that would like blind you as well?
I do not remember. I gotta be honest.
I thought there was a wayframe that like blinded you. I remember I ran into it. It may have been like an Iron Banner one. Maybe it wasn't even wayframe. I don't remember, but I was so triggered by that in Crucible when somebody used it on me.
Ooh, fair enough, man.
I have an inside theory with my friends that we as the Guardians are the equilibrium. It's interesting. I'm not sure if this falls into self-promo, but if you'd like to lean into my Phison topic further, I made 2 videos going. Oh, I didn't know that you did. I'll check that out, dude. Who's Phison?
What?
There's been a theory going around that the witness is either the first knife. Thoughts? Monarch. I don't know if you are aware of this, but maybe I should. Should I mention the soundtrack names? I mean, it's kind of Monarch. I would recommend you look at, if you're interested, you can see what the titles are for the Final Shape soundtrack. And long story short, though, I will say that it is a theory that is held by a good few people, and I actually I was in a group call with Marzier and Archival last night, and we hadn't talked in ages, and it was good to kind of catch up with them. And I was talking to Archival because he's been a really big, advocate for the witness being the first knife. And I actually said to him, I might have kind of a bit of a weird take on this, but I actually think that the first knife is something that can be seen as both literal and metaphorical. Literal in the sense that the evidence points to there being an actual garden, to the winnower and Gardner being actual characters, to there being an actual confrontation that caused the tree to fall down, and the tree of silver wings, and the universes to be made, and all that. So, in that case, right, if the fight actually happened, well, what happened right before the fight? The winnower looks down and sees the first knife, and then they wrestle, right? Presumably, the winnower's trying to like stab the Gardner or some crap. I don't know. Right? And because we can kind of paint, like we gather the evidence of that more likely than not having happened, I think that it is actually, not that crazy to suggest that that was a literal thing. But at the same time, I can see the first knife representing the witness. And again, this isn't just kind of going with the new Bungie stuff. No, we can actually go back to really old lore as well. That kind of backs us up because in the Alpha Lupa lore, when it talks about the collapse, and the Alpha Lupa lore in this sense, maybe all of it is. I have to go back and check it, but especially about the collapse, it's written as if like it's being written to the Gardner. It's like, oh, like so you in this instance would be the Gardner, and it describes the force at the collapse as like the knife or whatever, and it's like the knife took so much more than your body, and to get carved away at you, and so I think going back to that implies that the knife is an entity or a character. And what does the witness represent? So it's kind of tricky. I don't like the idea that the witness was the very first ever thing that like served the darkness or joined it, because first of all, in the Season of the Deep cutscene, the Traveler is like stuck in the dirt. How did it get there? Who put it there? We don't know. Second of all, I believe that the Worm Gods served the darkness before the witness, because they are beings that,
That's
like the
true,
Ahamkara,
actually.
seem to kind of be very old, like older than pretty much everybody. Um, but in my opinion, I think the Witness was the first real massive blow against the Light and the Traveler, and I think Archival says as well that in Spiral, a lore book from Witch Queen, or sorry, Lightfall, implies that the first knife also came from one of the patterns in the flowers. And so, again, I'm getting really wishy-washy into this, but like, the gardener is the one that would cause the flowers to open, and the winnower is the one that would cause them to close. And in a really wishy-washy way, I have no idea if they intended this at all. I'm just kind of going into it. You could, the fact that the first knife came from a flower is like, it came from something the gardener made, if you get me, right? So, she gives a golden age, and the winnower turned that against her, and that became the first knife. I know I'm going really deep into that. But anyway, long story short, yes, I can see the witness being the first knife, and I can also see it being an actual thing, like from an event that happened in the original Guard. So I can see it being both ways. But yes, the witness being the first knife is a theory that a lot of people have. I'm pretty, perfectly fine with it, and I think it works. The draft captain, he is a topic in the Festival of Lost during... Oh, I think I remember this, yes. Sounds like a Kelgaroth situation. Just a heads up in case you notice. I've seen the soundtrack name. Yep. To inform that I am well aware that I made my point wrong. Hello, how are you? Hello, inspirational. Inspirational drink. A really inspirational drink for me would actually be coffee, because it has a lot of caffeine, and that would really inspire me to not fall asleep right now. That'd be really great. But I'm doing really good, man. I'm just chilling. Hope you're having a great day or night or whatever. And thank you for being here. A thorn. Yeah, true. That's another good way of putting it. Or rather, in the wrong tone. So there's a possibility that the witness might be the pattern that always wins. No, I don't think so. Monarch, I don't think so. It's kind of tricky. A lot of people believe that the pattern that always won turned into the Vex, and there is evidence that kind of supports that. I know Meyerzier, his personal theory is that, like in the state and cut version of things, that original winning pattern was actually humanity, and he has a whole thing that goes into that. And I do kind of go into his theory about the original origins of humanity in a member video, but like he has his own take on things, and I would probably like let him explain that better. I need to get him to just give his own. I kind of tried to coax it out of him in the kind of interview style video that I did, but whatever. Yeah, no, I don't think it's the witness, because the witness is not a natural. So the whole thing with the patterns, right, is that with the original winning pattern, it didn't matter how things went. The pattern always won. It was adaptive. It could adapt to anything. It was like it was a winner. The witness is not a natural thing. The witness is an artificially created product of this universe, if that makes sense. And the witness also isn't very adaptive. It basically is at like power level 100, and it's a tank. And it's a tank. It'll tank anything. But if you're stronger than it, which is what we're going to be with Prismatic, I bet, then it loses. And that's it. GG. So, yeah, that is my opinion on that. I know we're just kind of running around.
Running in circles. Yippee! I do. I was kind of thinking of this just now. I do think the original pattern was the. I don't know. I definitely lean towards the Vex because because there's the whole thing where it's like, oh, this pattern constantly won until we put ourselves into the game.
Yeah.
And the Vex are pretty much the peak of causal power within Destiny's universe, and paracausality is the one thing that can really counter them. So I think that makes sense. But if you wanna make it more philosophical, you could also even argue that the winning pattern is just the sword logic generally, possibly. I think because because that's like you could see like trying to think of how to put it into words. Because you always have the winnower and like his philosophy, and he's always like if it like his pattern, you could kind of see the sword logic as his pattern, like the pattern of behavior of like going out and like waging war to prove yourself against existence, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I definitely think that it could be something like that.
Sorry, no, I was gonna say I think Seth Dickinson kind of like nailed it when he referred to it as the like the competitively advantageous thing to do. Like whether or not the sword logic is morally right, it is the most effective strategy, right?
Yes.
And I think whether that pattern knew it or not, that is really what they were doing. Like they were doing whatever it took, adapting to whatever situation to be the winner of that. And that is exactly what the sword logic preaches.
Yeah. Like if you really, this is a comparison I like to make a lot. If you really think about it, the sword logic is just kind of like a zealotous form of Darwinism in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because it's all about, it's just like, oh, adapting to your like adapting to the universe. Yes. Yeah. It's like rising above your competitors by being better than them, essentially.
Good job.
Did I make fun of you? I think
Sorry.
so.
Oh, my bad.
It happens. It's fine. There's no consequences to death in these waves.
Do you believe we will see the entities in charge of the light? I think the light. I'm confident about that. Darkness, it's up in the air. Oh, actually, okay. So I'm not gonna say what it is. But Ultra, do you remember that one time I showed you that thing to do with pictures, screenshots? Do you remember?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
So anyway, I hadn't shown that to Marzier, and he's actually on board with that. Like that's what his interpretation. Yeah. So that gave me a bit of a. I was like, so you're saying I'm not crazy? And he was like, no, you're not crazy. And I was like, okay, thank you. Anyway, I thought you might find that interesting. But no, as for whatever, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna be. I think at this point, right? You are like, I think it's kind of guaranteed that you're gonna have the reveal of a character, right? Now, the worst thing that they can do is they reveal the woman who's like behind the veiled statues, and they're like, "Oh, I am an aspect of the Traveler," and that's it. That's like the worst thing they can do. I don't think they're gonna do that though. That'd be like the worst.
Well, there is one thing that's technically worse. If you remember me talking from that that last stream. That first one, I mean. Do you remember? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Kind of. Give me a hint.
It was all a ruse. It was all a trick.
You see, when the first time that you said
I don't believe that for
it
the
caused
record.
me so much trauma
That you suppressed it?
that I suppressed it. Yes.
Fair enough. That was really horrendous. I mean, you asked me for my worst case scenario, and I did give it to you.
I did. Sometimes we have to put our hand on the stove once to never do it again.
They gotta have Soylent in Neomuna, right?
I don't.
Probably. No, actually, they probably don't even have to, because they can just grow, like, vegetables.
Do you believe that we... Wait a minute. Is there anything in the lore that gives a reason for the winners breaking glass? You know, I remember in Lightfall, when they showed that originally, and the theories that were coming up, like, oh, the witness is trapped in another dimension, and that's why it has the... Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I think the worst case scenario for that... So, and I think this is worse than it just being rule of cool, like just for the sake of it, is if it's like a fourth wall breaking thing.
Yeah, because they... Yeah, that's true.
But
that's definitely...
That's
definitely... I mean, the thing... That's a genuine possibility, because that's something they like to do. Like, with the Ahamkara and with Savathun.
Yeah.
And
actually, I saw you guys talking about that on the server.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I really think. And I don't think it's purposely meant to be like... The way I kind of look at it, the reason I talk about it so much is because I kind of feel... I look at it less of a thing where it's like, oh, it's like this, like, cool indie meta thing. It's like, oh, the Ahamkara are literally Sans Undertale. I don't look at it like that. I look at it in more of... We should probably stand in that. We look at it... I like to look at it in more of like... it sort of pertains towards more of that original vision of like Bungie as a whole that's never even happened before. I'm like far more focused on talking than I am on the game, so I'm just doing absolutely awful. I mean, we're not doing like a high level activity. It does not matter. I lost my track. I was talking. Yeah. So I think that it's more so meant. Here's the thing. I think they're always going to hint towards it in the background. It's never, ever, ever going to be something they explicitly put in the game, at least if they want to keep people invested. Because there's that, I forgot, I think it's a quote from, and I'm going to butcher the quote. I don't remember the exact quote, but I know that the author of the Lord of the Rings books, I feel really, really bad for forgetting his name, because those are so... Yeah, Tolkien, he had a quote where he said, like, oh, once you, like, break the fourth wall, the immersion's kind of lost. You're no longer absorbed into the world.
Yeah.
And I think that's true if you outright... Like, if you made, like, for example, if they made Cade like Deadpool, where he, like, looks into the camera and is like, it's transit, am I right, fellas? And then there's, like, a laugh track that plays or something. If it's like that, I think it's dumb. I think if it's something in the background where it's like these scary dragons are like, I can see you, LMAO. I think it's kind of like, oh, but it's not like so upfront. Because that's like lore's not something everyone's going to see. And I think that it's kind of okay with that. And like I think I said, but I didn't finish because I am so rambly today. I think it's meant to pertain towards the, towards like the whole like how all the Bungie games are connected, and also to a certain extent like the inspirations they take from Michael Moorcock's works, where it's like, oh, it's like, oh, Master Chief, the security officer, and like the young wolf are all the same guy technically, and in like Bungie's case, that's like the reason, because it's like, oh, it's because we're playing a video game, I guess. Which that could absolutely be a cop out, and that definitely like makes people's eyes roll for sure, I would assume. But that in my head is kind of the way that you make it make sense,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
I don't think they're.
Yeah,
gonna
I can
do it,
definitely
though.
understand why people hate it.
Yeah, and I don't think. I think Bungie is gonna play it really safe with this.
Yeah, I agree.
Have I seen the show Babylon 5? I've heard of it though. Oh, and then also Monarch said, "Do you believe that we possibly could get the fifth race eventually if we rip the darts from the Witness?" That is what I'm holding on. So I'm gonna tell you guys my biggest hopium copium wombo combo extravaganza, which is that the final shape was originally going to have the subjugators, but then the pyramid race as the new enemy faction, and that was going to be the big reveal, right? And then with the delay, they made the Dread, but there's still that other race at the same time. That's my big hopium. And the thing is, I know that normally, like, 2 enemy factions, what are you on about? But if they were the original, like, enemy faction we're supposed to get, because let's be honest, right? And the one person who left a comment on the Dread video seemed to think I was being, like, derogatory towards him or whatever, but it's like, let's be honest here. The Dread were cooked up really quickly, okay?
Yeah.
And there's nothing like...
Nothing wrong with that.
No, because they made them in like a few months, right? The Scions are literally just Scions. The Husks, regardless of, you know, what the skeleton of the thing is, more likely than not is based off of an existing unit in terms of like the game design, right? The Grim are new, I mean, fair play. And then, I don't know, I can't even remember if I'm forgetting anything else. But my point is that these guys were cooked up very quickly, right? But if the Dread were not... Okay, let me also just put it like this. Joe Blackburn was like, yeah, guys, like, we are keeping a lot of things close to our chest. Do you think... Like, let me just... How goofy would it be if the whole time he was talking about the Dread and Prismatic, and then they just proceed to just show us it before the final shape comes out? So, in my opinion, that isn't what he was talking about. And there is something else that they're, you know, the stuff that they're keeping close to their chest is like actually like spoilery, you know, things they don't want to ruin. So what could that be? Well, I'm thinking, you know, something like the Gardner reveal, kind of obvious, but whatever. But I could maybe see it being the race, you know? Another thing that we need to keep in mind, and I know this is kind of hard to tell, but it's whatever, is I don't think Lightfall was supposed to happen. I think Lightfall was also cooked up really quickly. So, I would not be surprised if the final shape was in development before Lightfall, and maybe kind of like in the back burner a little bit, you know, during Lightfall's development. The point is, like, what I'm trying to say is that final shape was always like planned, and Lightfall that we got wasn't really, right? So I think they would have had time to make a completely new faction. So anyway, that's my copium. I would love to see it. Mainly for the narrative things. Like, I'm not upset about getting the Dread. I think that it's great to have a new enemy faction. But from a story perspective, they just don't really do anything for me. They're just more minions of the darkness, right? But if you're fighting the Pyramid Race, first of all, you know that these people hate you for what you did in stopping the Witness. It's like we were so close, and you have, ruined it. We were so close to greatness. So there's some narrative stuff to that. Second thing, if they reveal that they were originally human, that adds just a little bit extra weight to it, obviously. And then, at the same time, these dudes are literally, I would say, the closest thing to our equals we will have ever fought. Because these guys, the Gardner's first chosen, oof, bro, these guys are like the OGs in a lot of ways, and so they'd be really powerful and pretty strong. And only the reveal I can think of is maybe red subclass, but I don't know. Let's see. Cheeky Strife. Anyway, that's my thought on that. There's been a theory that the reason it broke glass during talk with Callus was because Callus was dreaming. Yes, but we also see the glass breaking in the final shape trailer that Cade voices over when the witness goes enough.
And also when the like one of those first missions, for some reason, this is like one of those things where I'm not going to ramble about it. The ghost, it like talks to the it talks to Callus through our ghost for some reason, and Callus has that shattered glass appearance as well.
Oh, yeah, true. That's actually weird. This is the same one where it says destroy the veil.
I honestly don't remember.
Well,
That's what most
of the one
that...
where we watch the conversation between Callus and the witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like why would he was that to like taunt us, or I mean I guess that could kind of make sense.
It's because Bungie. That's why. The biggest fourth wall break of all.
Oh man. You know, there's really nothing else anyone I think could say about that expansion that hasn't already been said. But like, oh man. One thing I will say, are there people who think are there people who genuinely think that Lightfall as it is was like planned? Are there people who think that?
I don't know. I don't.
'Cause I've never heard anyone. Yeah, because I've never heard anyone like with that sentiment before.
Yeah.
Because I think there's just far too much evidence that points to the contrary.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, and even just things like I think the biggest one has to be that one piece of raid concept art. You know the one I'm on about, where you kind of see stuff from the final shape. Wait, did my internet die? Hello? No, you're there. Okay, good.
No, you're here. I'm just thinking, is my mic working still?
No, you're good. It's like the one where the Guardians are like on like the chunk of biome or whatever in space, and they're looking at the pyramid that has like the hole in it.
Oh, yeah. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, and the dude is like the trident or whatever. Yeah, it's that to me is like an indication that the raid anyway was a bit different. Speaking of pyramids, holy crap! Alloy found something that I am so proud of this dude. He's finding things now that I can't find or that I haven't found yet. So I went into the new pyramid PvP map, and I had done some looking around, some digging. I didn't really think of anything of it. He comes to me last night and he messages me like, "Dude, did you know about the singing?" And I'm like, "The singing? What?" He sends it to me. There's full-blown singing in that map.
Can we go there and listen to that real quick? Because I am
curious. Give me 1 second.
That's really interesting. I haven't heard, you know, and I even, when that map first came out, I actually, because of like all the stuff you told me, it's made me like equally curious about all that. And so I actually went there and I explored a lot of the map myself. Yeah. And I never even noticed that.
No. Are you good to go now? Are you good?
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready.
They call you the sandwich, man. Huh? Like, oh yeah.
Oh, they call me the sandwich because I'm the sandwich.
Wait, is this the right map? Is this the right map? Are we going the right map? Map?
Ave
yes, we are.
Maria.
Also, I'm gonna pull up the pictures. Okay, let me show you this. So, pull up this. Pull up this. And pull up this. Okay, and zoom out. Okay. And I'm going to move this here. And I'm gonna go to these. Okay. So this is the picture of the Vilman statue from the Deep Stone Crypt cutscene. And as you see like this circle. And you see the big circle with little circle, and then you see like these like radial stuff here. I'm showing it on screen. Maybe it's a little bit delayed.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna show you the traveler one. So again, big circle, little circle with like the whatever.
I see. Okay. Interesting.
He put it over it. I'm just gonna. So the scaling is different. So as you can see, like here, the size of this versus this are different. So like the blurrier ones are like the actual OG. But it's literally it's like here and here. Just the sizes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Heads up, that's the Vitalis array. Okay, bye.
Oh.
What?
I see. Was that? I think that was that Myers?
Yeah. He's got the admin privileges, so we can just come in.
That was the array. Refuses to elaborate. Leaves.
Which also actually
is he talking about this symbol?
This is also in the final shape, by the way. This symbol.
Oh.
This is in the final shape trailer. Remember on the door? Wait, let me pull it up here.
Oh yeah, with like the glowing and it opens up. Yes, I do remember that.
Let me pull this up if I can find it. Final shape trailer from Cade 7. I want the door that opens. Give me the door.
Stranger X9 says those statues of a veiled lady are commune. I do think that it does seem like the witness just kind of has recycled them and uses them as like these sort of darkness relays in a way.
Kind of like a conduit.
Yeah, because like, for example, like we received the artifact and then like the vision, like in like the garden and stuff, where at least what is now the witness talks to us. And then Eris discovered stasis from the same statue, and then later on we discovered stasis from another statue. And then clarity control comes from one of those as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I definitely think, and I think that the way I see it, I think that could be for one of two reasons. I think that either A, it could be like as like an insult in a way, where it's like out of spite, because we already know the witness despises the Gardner. So it could just be like a spite thing where it's like, I'm going to use this symbol I once built to represent you as a conduit of darkness just out of spite. That, or it could pertain to the fact that it could also pertain to the thing that like the witness has forgotten like a lot of its past. So like it doesn't even like, it's forgotten so much it doesn't even remember what the Gardner looks like. All it knows is me hate light, me hate traveler, me get inside traveler, so me can do final shape. They want you to lower the game volume a little bit, by the way.
Still, I have to.
Also Myers here sent the picture of it to the lore.
The game volume is still loud?
I guess so.
Wait, where is it? Wait, no, I don't see it recently.
Unless that's like older or no, I don't know.
Hey, because how you doing, man?
Oh, maybe that is old.
Yeah, I think that's
because
old.
Why did I get that notification? Oh, I'm an idiot. I know what it is.
No, we're
It's
good.
the what do you call it? It's because Myers here added us the picture of the thing, but then I saw. I guess I never went into Discord and looked at it, and so I thought it was a different thing. Yeah, what did he say? What did he say that symbol was called again?
Vitalis something.
Vitalis.
He's gonna get like he's like, oh, banished.
I think Vitalis conduit. I think he said conduit or
maybe.
something. That's really interesting. Another thing that pertains to something you're getting at. Something I noticed while I was editing a video of my own is I was splicing in a bit of that witness origin cutscene into it because it pertains to the thing I'm talking about. And it when Asta says that they want to carve away the chaos, as she says that, it shows like the clip of the veiled statue getting like split apart, which I think is done very much on purpose.
I agree, 100%. By the way, Alloy said it was communion. That's where the part is.
Communion. Oh, maybe he's talking about the statue? Let me look. Where? Oh, it's over here. She's hiding today.
No, that's over.
Oh, is it not the statue? Oh, I just jumped to
Overlook.
conclusions.
No, I mean it's a fair thingy.
I think one of the big things that we see in this map is the Ahamkara bone on the wall, and then the
Here.
little.
I'll just get rid of this special ammo thing. And let me turn the volume up. Yeah, I gotta delete this. Bye bye. Okay. Oop. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah. So he sent it to me as a file, so I can play it as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely hear something.
It's almost like opera singing. It's like, oh.
Yeah. It's like a long note, almost.
And he made a good comparison. It's like that one song on the moon, like the. I'll play it in a second. But wait, I'm gonna mute this real quick, and I'm just gonna play what he sent me.
Okay. I'll unmute the stream so I can see that.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, I gotcha. This is something I feel like kind of falls more along the lines of head canon, but like with like the pattern with like the whales and the singing. If I remember correctly, Music of the Spheres was originally that was like there's like an in-universe like explanation like lore behind that, wasn't there?
I think so.
That like it was signals that the traveler was sending us before it arrived.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, so this absolutely falls under head canon, I suppose, but I think it would kind of make sense. Is in a lot of those songs, I think. What's the one? No, it's in the.
What?
So I wonder if maybe you could even like headcanon that as like, oh, that's the Gardner singing or something.
I don't
little
know.
Little bit wishy-washy, but I
Yeah.
think that's kind of cool. I kind of like that idea. I like stuff like that. I do know there's a lot of that sort of stuff. The one I've been thinking about lately is where when you enter the lunar pyramid, you hear like a scream of panic almost.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that the first time I ever heard about the screaming really was again actually from Solved Alloy with his Gardner scream from the Black Garden. And the for those of you who don't know, the statue that you go to at the end of Gardner Salvation, like where you get your chest, there's actually like a woman screaming, and it's coming from the statue. And that also plays on the moon, and some of the sound effects in the moon pyramid we actually think are the same scream, but just like sped up and like higher pitched. And yeah, no. And he had a really great theory, which unfortunately I don't think is true because of the screams being elsewhere. But he said if they were only in the Black Garden, because the Black Garden was supposedly a place outside of like time and space and all that, that means that when the screaming is happening, it could be at any time. Which is like, if the gardener is screaming in the Pale Heart because of what the witness is doing, then that could be what we're hearing in the Black Garden. But again, it's, you know, kind of not, it's a bit more complicated with it also existing in the moon pyramid, stuff like that. But yeah. And then as for the singing here, so people might not know, actually they probably don't, but there's actually music in the pyramids. Actually, I'll just play. I'll play the other one. 1 second. Play the other song. There's no vocals to it, but here we go. So.
Huh.
Some
Interesting.
important.
Why do people? Why do people keep joining and like saying one thing and then leaving? I couldn't even make out what he said.
Yeah, it's
It sounded like it was Jay though.
probably because he also has admin. But
Makes
yeah,
sense.
like that's not necessarily like a song, but it's more of just kind of like I don't know.
Like a haunting tone.
Yeah. And then you know, actually there might be one here, but I don't know. There's like a pyramid kind of like this thing actually. These kinds of things. There's actually kind of like it's like a two-tone kind of thing that comes from I think these or something like that. But no, like there actually is kind of music, and I think it just kind of ties in with I think the culture of the race was very, very religious, and they don't. And again, like the Final Shape Collector's Edition lore, like I don't know what if there's a disconnect or if there's a deeper meaning that I don't know, but what the Witch Queen stuff that the pyramids have, like that stuff, what that presents is, and it even shows. I go over this literally in the first video that I made about the pyramids back in the day. They were an ancient like civilization who went from power level 1 to 100 very quickly. And when you have a jump like that, there's not really going to be much of a transition from ancient like architecture to futuristic, which is why everything looks like this. It looks all ancient. because they literally went from 0 or 1 to 100 really quickly. So I think that, and again, this is why, like, you see the artist who did the oh, I forgot there's like the whispers here too. There's the area where acquisition, no, is acquisition, I think, in the Throne World Pyramid. The artist says that place is like a town square, a meeting place for meetings and worship and stuff like that.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, I think that
Interesting.
all of it's just an indication of that kind of whatever. And
yeah.
Also, credit where it's due for the singing. Like this singing, that's from Alloy. Alloy found this, absolute legend. And
nice job, man.
Yeah. And do you try to listen to it while wearing Nezarec stuff? No. I don't know if they're still doing that. If that's just a gimmick or if it's whatever. No, I think
that was just a gimmick for Lightfall.
I think it's the voice in the darkness.
Oh, but I don't. Here's the thing. Let me get into theory territory a little bit. I think that the Winnower's specific interest in us sort of got elevated the moment we killed Oryx, because a lot of like the Books of Sorrow and the way that the Winnower talks points to Oryx being like, I really think he was initially trying to raise up Oryx, groom him into being the Witness's replacement. If you see, like, if the Witness is indeed this like Vlad protege, especially because like we don't see the Winnower talk to like the other high. It's always Oryx. Like he loves Oryx. Even in Unveiling, he brings them up. He's like the Vex are these patterns aren't mine, like my man Oryx are, utterly devoted to my principle. Like he very, very Oryx centric, like to an extent. And so I do think that Oryx was kind of his he was grooming Oryx to be like this replacement, but then we come along and we kill him. And he's like, huh. But then like if he got that interest in us, why wouldn't he talk to us? He wasn't able to talk to us until we got that artifact. He was only able to talk to us through a darkness artifact, just as in order for Oryx to talk to him, Oryx had to go into the deep. So I think that the Winnower's tie to like the Veil and the Deep makes it so that there has to be you have to be in a specific place, or there has to be like specific prerequisites in order to talk to him. I think that those whispers you hear that are associated with a lot of the darkness related architecture just has to do with the darkness as a power generally, because there's a lot of talk about whispers. Cade talks about the long, slow whisper. Clovis Bray talks about like the whispers from Clarity Control kind of gives the Exos that white noise they need to kind of feel human. And I think even that kind of is evidence towards like that genetic tie to the darkness that humans potentially have, which is another topic. But yeah, I think that the bigger point in hand is I think that those whispers, you can only really hear those whispers because the Winnower himself cannot communicate unless you have some sort of direct connection to the deep.
So I actually there's two types of whispers, right? There's the kind that's connected to the pyramid stuff, and then there's the kind that's connected to like anything that's like darkness power based. So like the veil or the statues, right? Like the veil and the statues and all that. So I think that what's actually okay. This is the easiest way of separating the two. Presage. Presage is the best way of separating the two. When you do the encounter, and it's the hangar, and you have the abominables or whatever that you kill, and then you jump from the one hangar to the next, you will get a line from say Gull or Cade.
That's
or
right.
Whatever, or Segura, right? Yeah. In my opinion, that is the type of behavior that you get from the Veil, where it's like, for example, in the Beyond Light Collector's Edition lore, a Clovis Bray employee says that from the statue gravity control, they heard like their grandmother or somebody like speaking to them, right? But also you'll also hear yourself speaking to you, right? Then you go actually into the hangar, and what do you get? You get a bunch of whispers. And I actually am fortunate enough, and for the record, these are the only ones of their kind where the actual whispers themselves, like the files, were ripped from the game files. These are the only ones of their kind that I have. And if I go here and I go here, I play this.
Ah, okay. Yep. And I find because I never read the Beyond Light Collector's Edition actually.
Yeah.
So I actually didn't know about the. So I find the reason that kind of catches my eye is in the Veil containment we see the Veil doing the exact same thing where Chioma said, "Oh, it communicated with Maya."
Yeah,
And it like
Maya
took
heard
the
her
form of
voice.
herself.
Yeah, 'cause
Saying
it told
that,
her
like, oh,
like
it's yourself.
it told her like what it was. It's called the Veil. How do you know? Like, oh, my whatever told me. Yeah, yeah.
And I think there's because I'm going to bring this up because I'm sure people will think of it. I think a lot of people will immediately think, oh, that's just the Witness, because in Shadowkeep, the Witness kind of did a similar thing where it took our form and it was like, oh, we are your salvation. I think the caveat with that, though,
No, it's a big difference because
is
of
the
what the actions
Witness.
were.
Not only that, but the Witness had no after the collapse. The Witness had no idea where the
Yeah.
Veil even is.
Yeah, like
How
if the
would it
Witness
be
was
able to
communicating
communicate
with
through the
Maya,
Veil?
it would have just okay. The Veil is on Neptune. I'm gonna go to Neptune. Yeah, it's whatever, 100%. But here going back to like that, what like you were saying with the whispers and the two different kinds. It's the intention. So using Presage again as an example, the voice that you hear, you can clearly understand it, and it is directed at you. Every single whisper or voice, whatever you want to call it, that's connected to the power of the, because like ultimately, what you're hearing in Presage, that is linked to the egregore. I would argue that that's all there, and the egregore is linked to the Veil. How do I know this? Because it again demonstrates the same properties. For example, the Cabal that are like trapped in like brain death or whatever, that's a similar thing that happens to the Exos with the Veil. So it is intentionally directed at you, and you are meant to hear it. You go into the hangar, those whispers are talking, those people are talking, they're not directed at you. They're just there, right? They're just chilling. They're being chilling, right? And it's the same when you go into any pyramid or any type of thing. You're not being spoken. The only time that I have ever seen somebody. Okay, there's two times. There's one time that is in the lore, and there's one time in game. There's one time that a character was directly whispered at was a fallen who went to desecrate Oryx's body, and the whispers hissed at him. That was yes. And that's another thing.
Remember that,
the whispers are and that's actually going to lead into actually whatever. But the point is just that was the first time. Second time actually is I edited the crap out of the audio for that cutscene where Eris communes with a statue and gets like stasis. What if I told you she was being spoken to like the whole time?
That.
But I'm not going to say anything more than that. What I will say though is that you also have the. My point is just this: everything that I have gone into, because I don't really talk about the whispers. I don't really like talking about them. Everything points to that actually being the race, and what I think is a very interesting giveaway of that is that from everything I have been able to discern, the number one thing that comes up is Nezarec. That's the one thing. Even if I actually kind of added it in cheekily in that last video, but those whispers in that last video were from the end of the Garden of Salvation raid when you're like getting the chest and there's all like those whispers that are there. And no, like his name is just like blatantly just said. What I think is interesting is that even though that Nezarec storyline may have been retconned, they still now associate whispers with purely Nezarec, which I just think is an absolute kind of like, yeah, we had this whole thing that we were building up, but it's whatever. And so now you have whispers associated with Nezarec, with his relics. His relics in Season of the Plunder had whispers surrounding them. His glaive is called Nezarec's Whisper. You have the Nezarec lore with Lightfall having whispers associated with that. You have when he dies in the conditional finality lore, the whispers are all like around him and speaking to him as he dies. You have the fallen dude when he desecrates the bodies, desecrates Nezarec's body. The whispers then hiss, and what that specifically does. And this is the big chilling moment here, right? The whispers that hiss at the dude who desecrates Nezarec's body are the same as the ones that you hear in the Moon Pyramid. Meaning, those whispers do not just belong to some random ambience. Those whispers are from people or beings who are able to observe. Hence why they hissed at the guy who desecrated Nezarec's body. If it was just, do you get what I'm saying? If it was just random veil, whatever, there wouldn't actually be a reaction to anything. But it's like, oi, that's our boy. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Stop it. Hey, stop it. You know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah. That makes sense, yeah.
But anyway, as for, again, they've kind of now isolated that to Nezarec, and that's kind of like, oh, this is his thing. But no, I think that you've got two different behaviors going on. I think you have, when it's something that's directed specifically at you in a voice that's either your own or a character that you are aware of, I think that is the veil. And maybe there's an argument to be made that it's the witness, but we've never seen the witness do that. And when the witness does try and be deceptive in communicating with you, it just shows you yourself in person, right? The witness always just becomes a doppelganger of the character it's trying to speak to. For example, here's a great one. When the witness possesses your ghost, it just still uses your ghost voice. Now maybe it wouldn't have been possible to do anything else with it, but it's like, yeah. But when the witness speaks to you at the end of Shadowkeep, it's yourself. Don't you recognize us? When it speaks to Lisbon and his fire team, it is, the doppelganger. When it shows up to speak with Brother Vance, it's a doppelganger. There's probably even like another example out there where it's like the doppelganger thing, but no, it's even who says it? It's actually a known thing now, because in the Ghosts of the Deep lore, you have the fire team of Hidden with I can't remember what their names are, but I know that Fenchurch is one of them. You got Fenchurch. Lisbon is actually a member. Yes, Lisbon is a member of the team, and so is Fenchurch, and they're basically the first team who investigate Oryx's body after we finish the dungeon.
Oh, that's right.
And the leader of the team straight up gives a warning saying if you have any sense of deja vu or you hear your own voice talk to you, you let me know immediately. So this is now like a thing that they're aware of. That it's like, okay, if this happens, you let us know because this is a sign that. So that's what the witness does. But if it's like, oh, my grandmother is talking to me, even Callus said when they made the first link with the scorn, it was the many voices of the dead. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling, but the point is, yeah, I know, whatever. There's two different behaviors, and I think you've got two different kind of origins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyway. Spooky. No, it didn't. It was mentioned the Gardner to sing in the Gregorian chant. Fun fact. Marty himself actually would sing in the songs, which is really cool. I have one of the earliest. Actually, I can't say that. Never mind. Never mind. I can't say it because of like stuff. It's like the wailing of the dead from the deep, all violated, since shivers, ominous prediction. The third subclass is red. Comes from the pyramid on the moon. That'd be cool. But the nightmares, emotion of blood, sanguine. That's a first.
Sanguine's an interesting name. I like that.
Yeah.
Actually.
I'm off topic, but I've been practicing the trade of voice acting. I made that clear with my Phison videos where I put the skill to use. Oh, nice, dude. Would you like to see me narrate the Unveiling lore book in an impression of? Yeah, I'd go for it.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, I believe I would believe Eris has communed with the deep. Nezarec can't die and probably lives on in the deep, chilling when he's dead. Yeah, I don't know how that works now. Like he's basically Freddy Krueger. It's kind of bit goofy. Oh, actually, I think I said this to you. I think was it you who I mentioned the tomb one, delicate tomb, and you were like,
yes,
yeah. So I'm gonna show the guys if they don't know about it. And you were pretty surprised, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because it was something I never put like 2 and 2 together with. So yeah, for sure.
By the way, it has to be way past your bedtime at this point. So if you
it's 2:24. I will leave at like 2:45 to 3. Depends on how strong the conversation is continuing.
Okay. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? I have the gun here. This is Delicate Tomb. And as you can see, we have a bunch of pyramids on it. We've got one pyramid here, pyramid here, pyramid here, and pyramid there. And is there another one? Pyramid there. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, maybe? I think 6. 1, 2, 3 at the back. 4, 5, and then the one pin on the sides. And I'm gonna do a cheeky. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. This is an easier way of doing it. Instead of me. Can you equip it? Ultra.
Yes. Yeah. I'll yank that out of my collections.
Watching you wandering around the map makes me realize how different some of the pyramids are. Nezarec's new pyramid is an ominous religious place in all aspects. There is much cleaner. Yeah, it is the older art style. Fun fact, though, about this one, that PvP map, they actually, in some areas, merge the two art styles together, which is really cool. But, yeah, definitely, the moon pyramids it's way cleaner. And you've got that cool chantry area, which is like basically like a Church of Nezarec, which is pretty cool. Oh, so can you put it on your back?
Yep.
There we go. So don't dance, just keep it. Did you actually turn around? just because I think the lighting might be better for it. Yeah, okay. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this gun is actually a canopic jar from the pyramids, but it's just been carved up. And that's why it's called a delicate tomb. Because it's like, you know, it's the tomb, it's like the canopic jar, but it's all pretty, and that's hence also why the pyramids are on it. So you have the lid of the jar there, and you have the handles for it there, you know, and then yeah, so it's really cool, dude. And as for the symbology, like what it represents, I couldn't really tell you. I mean, the pyramids are obvious, right? But no, as a really ancient look to it, it's really neat. And also, even these like the holes here in this pattern order, like that's actually something that comes up a few times. And yeah, no, it's something really interesting. So this is like one of the canopic jars. It's been kind of like hollowed out or whatever, and not hollowed out, yeah, whatever. And the neat thing, and it's frustrating. It's neat, is that the perk is Trader's Vessel. What does that mean? Who's the trader? Like, now as for this, like this presumably is the trader's vessel, right? Because if it's a canopic jar, you know, yada yada. So who is inside of it? It's like really interesting. And then the lore is effectively that, oh, you know, they are limited by their forms and they're contained to their flesh and yada yada, but one among them understands, and they pour from one vessel to another. A welcome change, a new form, another method of gifting death. So here's the question. First of all, who's the trader? And this is clearly pyramid related, right? So who's the pyramid trader? Second of all, who is speaking? Who is speaking? And third of all, who are they speaking about? Yet one among them understands in their limited fashion. Who are they speaking about? So, like, a lot of people assumed that this was just like Nezarec or something, you know? But even if it is, which one is he? Is the character associated with this urn the traitor? You would assume so because it's the traitor's vessel. But then, which in the lore, which character? Are they the narrator or the one who is being spoken about? Again, we have no idea. And it's really fascinating, but I don't know if we're ever gonna get a revelation about that. Actually, now that I think about it, what's interesting is that you have these blotches of green here, and that might actually be the original color that's underneath this paint, which would make this kind of a greenish color, which I kind of do associate with like the OG kind of like veil stuff. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I thought you guys would find it interesting. I probably will make a video about this at some point, which is like, you know, it's like one of the last things. I still have no idea what is going on with it. And yeah, another thing actually that I will point out, and I'm going really quick here, but Agar Scepter, also pyramid. The reason why is, I'll tell you exactly why. The body of it with this piping. So you see, like with this piping here, this is very reminiscent of something that you see in like collective obligation. But at the same time, the also now I can see that they just copied and pasted this core for the heavy trace rifle, which is kind of depressing, but it is what it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, literally.
Oh my.
If you look at this like chamber here, like this is literally just a copy for the heavy trace rifle.
Oh man.
But it's the exact area where the texture is. It might actually just have to be the ornament. Oh, also you have a little urn here, a little jar on the bottom there, and it's, where is it? Here's the pattern. Go to here. This one maybe is a bit nice. It just disappears. Oh, I just bugged it out. Here we go. It is. Here it is. So you can see on this cylinder here the diagonal pattern. It's really hard to get a clean. But long story short, this is associated with the pyramids, and you can see this kind of pattern on Kolobayev's art, and also in the on the Andrew Cruz or Aaron Cruz, sorry, kind of statues, pyramid statues. What's more is again this color. It's the dark greenish kind of whatever, and that's what was associated with the pyramids kind of back in the day. But anyway, long story short, I'm pretty confident that this is a kind of associated with the pyramids at the very least. To be honest with you, it also just makes sense. I always wondered how on earth did the Awoken have a stasis weapon? Like what?
That's true. Yeah.
Symmetry is another one. Duality is not a curse, but a gift. Author unknown. I wonder where that came from. First off, we have the whole Damascus steel kind of pattern on the gun. Like, and it's even here, you see Revolution on the perk, that kind of Damascus pattern. That is now also linked to the pyramids because of the... what's the name of it? The first glaive that you craft. You know,
Enigma?
That's it, exactly. And that's on the blade. That's the first thing. Second thing is you can see the main barrel here has this oily green color. This is the main thing that's on the Envious Touch shader, and that is pyramid related because the Envious Touch shader, which I'm actually wearing, and you can see that kind of like on here, that kind of like glossy dark green kind of thing. This pattern that's on it is built into, and you can even kind of see the zigzagging pattern here from Agriceptor. But this pattern here is actually in pyramid architecture. It's built into the Beyond Light pyramid architecture. So there's that. And then was there another thing with symmetry? Oh, another thing with symmetry was on the... Was the lore... No, that's fine. The ornament. This symbol here is really sus to me. And again, this is a bit more of just like a whatever, but this symbol right here with the lines like this and that reminds me a lot of... Find it. Reminds me a lot of... No, not that. It reminds me a bit of this pattern. Pull it up here. This is one of the main patterns in the old art style. And it's never been revealed what it is. These are everywhere. I mean, even if you go back to like that intro thing that I had, they're on the walls in that room in the Moon Pyramid. And like again, I'm not saying it's like a one-to-one or anything like that, but we've never had an answer as to what this is. But the shape of it is that kind of diamond shape. And it's the same kind of shape. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, something that's worth noting. And I don't think there's really... Oh! Final thing I will say. Final thing. Because I know I'm kind of going to whatever. By the way, I recommend you watch my uh, extended discussion thing about divinity. It's the strongest darkness hunter thingy, whatever. Just look up the full version of that. I go into this weapon, and I go into the concept art for this weapon, and why I actually think there's pyramid tech built into this. Uh, Very interesting. Final weapon, actually. Sorry, final weapon is uh, Cloud Strike. First of all,
Oh,
this thing in the Cloud Strike was obviously it was for me. It was always kind of sus, but I'm not too sure what that is quite yet. But there is Laden Lance, and I would not be surprised if this is pyramid related. I wouldn't be surprised. Mainly just because of the style, but I'm just kind of out there. Um, final thing, armor. We all know about Nezarec's sin, of course, and the way it looks. Oh, also this is pyramid as well. Sonotaph is pyramid, and it's kind of obvious because you have again the pyramids that are on the top here, and you have the freaking I can't really show it. It's on the top. There's a thing that's on the top here, and it's actually something that you'll see in Ruinous Effigy. Interesting, and yep. Anyway, yep. That's more likely than, and even the lore is pyramid based, so that's kind of not as big of a whatever. But Nezarec Sin, we all know it. This is, you recognize the material. It's the same, whatever. It's also linked to the void, and there you go. And it has horns, right? I think this is very interesting, and I'm not saying it's a fact, but I'm putting it out there. Mask of the Quiet One. Pretty much the exact same material as Nezarec Sin. The exact same color.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
It
I
even
remember.
has the greenish undertone that Nezarec Sin does have. It has right here. The same kind of ear space kind of thing. Has horns as well. And it's linked to the void. Very interesting. Very interesting. Unfortunately, there is not a hunter variant that I'm aware of. I think it'd be sick if there was a hunter helmet that, like, was similar. I mean, this is kind of late, but like in vanilla, the closest thing that you were probably gonna get is maybe Graviton, but yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's pretty much. Oh, also, just for the record, I'm just gonna say this is very sus. Ancient Earth. Earth thing. Anyway, I'm getting into that mode where I'm just like splurging everything that I've ever seen in my entire life. So leave it at that. Anyway, the more you know. Education. Okay. Let me see the mind blown. Savathun is a traitor. She killed Nez. Yeah.
She's not dead though. Why would
no.
it be her vessel when
Yeah.
she's very much alive? I do think that is interesting because that, like, I don't think that, like, Nezarec couldn't be the traitor because he served the witness up until he was killed, and even then, I don't think it's entirely
Yeah.
clear whether or not he was working with or against him in Lightfall. Really,
Yeah, no, and again, like, what was Nezarec's sin? They've completely, like, it doesn't exist anymore, but
yeah. I think that was just a part of the old
yeah.
story.
And I kind of feel like that goes for the rest of Plunder as well. I really do get the feeling that Plunder's Nezarec stuff was kind of the remains of, like, the old stuff, because when you look at Nezarec as he is now, the things that they say about Nezarec and the power that is attributed to him doesn't make any sense at all. Like, it doesn't make, like, his relics alone have pure darkness. They say that pure darkness. Like, that's
Mm,
like, just to open it, you're disintegrated, apparently. So
yeah, honestly, in terms of that old story, I bet you what Nezarec's sin originally was. If he was like this king of the Vale, I bet you his original sin was like betraying the traveler or something like in that vein. Like he chose to betray the traveler in favor of the winnower.
And that's actually, I mean, a fair point is like, it was pretty much always, even I think like with the state and cut, not that the pyramids were going to be in the state and cut, but it's like the pyramid race were a race that turned on the traveler. And the question is like, why? And going to the Nezarec era with D2, and potentially, just for the record, there's like evidence, small pockets of evidence that may even link Nezarec back to the Taken King era when they began work on D2 or when D2 got rebooted. But it's the question is, in that original story, what actually made the race turn on the Gardner? We don't actually know. Even if the original story had Nezarec as like the leader of the race and they had the Golden Age, the only thing that I can think of is if they basically, like, for a time, like, enslaved the traveler and just used it as like a tool, and then she eventually escaped or some crap, or like turned on. I don't know. But yeah, no. The other thing, actually no, I'm not gonna say that because that is linked to something that I'm making in the future. But yeah, no, I don't know. Nezarec's sin was betraying his own people, the Scions. I hope not, but yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that Nezarec was a Scion.
I think they would have said it.
I think that he was just their god. They just worshipped him because he has such strong psionic connections.
It makes sense though, because like they are psychically very strong, and so they would pick up on his presence very easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And even I've even heard some people point that like Nezarec's sin does kind of like, yeah, it's like his outline, but his like actual like face kind of looks a bit different. I've heard a lot of people say the Nezarec's sin like resembles like a Scion helmet a lot, and I can kind of see it in some ways.
Not to put I'm not trying to like, you know, put words in his mouth, but I know that Archival is really against the whole Scion connection. And I don't think he'd be surprised if the Scions were originally designed like that just because, and then the link was just kind of artificially made, if that makes sense. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but I know he's really against that, and I don't really care personally. Like, we know humans worshipped Nezarec. I wouldn't be surprised if beings like the Scions did as well, maybe for different reasons, but you know, like everybody worships different gods for different reasons. And yeah, no, I'm against the idea that he was a Scion, because I think that would have been clear, and it also doesn't fit his older lore. And Sapphire says something that I definitely agree with, which is he is a pure contradiction to what the Witness wants in the end. And like, you don't understand when Season of the Haunted happened and Nezarec's whisper like implied that Nezarec, like, okay, bro, it's the most brain dead thing I've ever encountered, actually. Like, you introduce Nezarec properly, kind of. You give him a church, a pyramid church, chantry of the darkest hour, right? Rolk just got to blue tack some of his souvenirs on the wall, right? Nezarec has a church. His lore has Eris, and I'm gonna pull this up just because I can. Eris gets teleported. She's in the moon pyramid, and then she looks at the statue, the Veiled Woman statue, and then she gets teleported. And I would not be surprised if she got teleported here. I would not be surprised. She's in a like a long dark hall with bisected statues, and um and she picks up the glaive, and she can sense. By the way, I can see on Streamlabs, Gonzalez subscribed. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. I don't know if he's here or not, but thank you. Um, and she can feel like the power, that it's faint like a heartbeat, but it's still there. And she whispers and she says, "Where are you?" Now, isn't that's a whole plot line that just never happened. And this is like
Yeah,
when I
it's true.
talk about like an original story with Nezarec, it's not just that I'm a fanboy, but it's that you have these little remnants of something greater that imply that Nezarec is something greater, and it just never goes anywhere. Like Eris, first of all, being aware that there is somebody. Second of all, her whispering as if she's gonna get a response, like "Where are you?" Like, and it's like, and she's interested, and whoever it is, she's interested in them. She wants to know where they are. She wants to, like, and nothing ever happens with it. Nothing. Eris doesn't once mention Nezarec with Lightfall or afterwards. If I remember correctly, never. No.
You know, I think you're right. I don't remember her mention.
Yeah.
If she did, I would remember it, because that would be something where I'd be like, "Whoa!"
So we have this really, like, that paints Nezarec as like this really mysterious, like, interesting character who's dead but still alive somehow, and we have Eris being it's somebody Eris is interested in. The last time I remember she was really interested in, like, somebody was like Crota, and that was pretty intense, and Oryx too. But then you have the Chantry of the Darkest Hour, with that link to Nezarec, his church, effectively. And we know in the next season, Plunder, that's his pyramid. That was his pyramid. And actually, let me just I'm gonna skip that last bit of Haunted to go to Plunder. And then we go to Plunder. You have his relics. Not only did seemingly ancient humans worship him, but the warlords worshipped him, or knew about him, told stories about him. Yeah. And that's even confirmed in Lightfall, because he mentions the warlords and how like effective they were at
yeah, that makes sense.
He's the one that led the pyramid fleet. And then I can't remember exactly what the I have the screenshot somewhere, but basically, like, you know, how he died from the Traveler sacrifice or something, I can't remember. But anyway, like, yeah, because the Traveler repelled his attack. That was it. In the Plunder thing, that's what happened. In Plunder, they say that the Traveler repelled his attack, and then he gets cut up. Cringe, but it is what it is. And by the way, people talk about, like, how, oh, like, Nezarec is a tormentor. Drifter straight up mentions different bits and pieces of the body, and, like, Nezarec had hair, for example. Like, he was a
really?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So.
Oh man. Oh, you're right. Actually, I think I do remember that.
Yeah. So no, like, he wasn't a straight up tormentor, and Scions don't have hair either, so I don't think he was a Scion. So there's that. And then with his relics, not only are they oozing pure darkness, these are just the body parts of the dude, and he's oozing pure darkness. Rolk didn't have that. The closest thing to pure darkness that I think I've ever seen is probably, like, the Taken. And, you know, there's mention about, like, if you open it, you get, like, disintegrated. Also, then, you have the whispers that are surrounding the relics. And guess what? I mean, I was saying it in private back then. I wasn't public about it, but I was saying these whispers are linked to Nezarec and whatever. But then Bungie later says in Lightfall, oh, the whispers are linked to Nezarec. They're hissing at people when they mess with his body. They are linked with, you know, when he's dying, they're around him, yada yada. And all of this paints this picture of this uber power. And, oh, by the way, not only pure darkness, has the ability to come back to life from the dead, because in Nezarec's Sin, that was written, like, the book of Hated Nezarec, ages ago. And he was dead then, because it was said he will rise again, implying that he was dead at that time. Not only that, but you have, like, the however many tombs of Nezarec that are littered throughout the system, implying that he had died at least once before the collapse as well. Then, But he also has the void, because even in the Lightfall lore, it says the void he once commanded. So, yeah, he has the void, meaning he has the light to a certain extent, and darkness. This is a very powerful dude who is connected intrinsically with the pyramids. Oh, by the way, Aaron Cruz uploaded pictures, king and queen statues. The king statue on the base has a symbol that represents very, very, very similar to Nezarec's Sin helmet. Those bases made it into the game in Beyond Light. You can see them in the Exo Challenge survival missions, and the Nezarec Sin symbol is on them still. And king and queen statues made it into the game textures, and they're linked with the other pyramid like ropes and relics and items and stuff like that. So the king and queen were pyramid, and this was in the game. This wasn't just some concept or prop studies. This was gonna be in the game. Now, all of this is painting a picture of what Nezarec is. And then you have Disciple. It doesn't add up. Doesn't make sense. So I made a video on the main channel talking about how it didn't make sense. It didn't add up. The motivations were completely different. The end goals were completely different for Nezarec and the Witness. Based off of the lore, right? That was there. I also, on my second channel, I do have a second channel. I haven't uploaded to it in like ages, called The Harbinger Unleashed. And I had a video, and it was like Nezarec from God to Disciple, something is missing or something else is going on, whatever. And I went like for ages talking to you, like I literally compared all the different things, saying it does not make sense. This does not work. And it wasn't just because I was like a fanboy attached to my own theories, but because you look at the lore and again all the evidence and all the picture that's being painted, and it's not it's a character who is not compatible with being a disciple of somebody that they clearly their goals do not align with. And then we get Lightfall, and here's the funny thing, it's a disciple, but still there's kind of more that like, oh, there's still the cult of Nezarec, who we've worshipped him for centuries and generations. There's actually generations kind of does imply centuries, but whatever. You have the him having the void still. You have again the whispers still being linked to him and hissing and all that, which is again connecting him to the pyramids because those are the same whispers that were in the moon pyramid, yada yada, whatever. The point is this: to say that this disciple thing was Nezarec all along, or to say that they never had any idea, because I know there's that one podcast from like Vanilla D2 or early on in D2 where somebody asks a member of the narrative team about Nezarec, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't really know," which politely I think that's just them being vague and kind of, you know, not wanting to, like, what are they gonna say? Oh yeah, so we had like this really big bad villain, and we just wanted to make something that kind of got him aware of in people's minds, and you know, we wanted somebody who, you know, has a connection to ancient humanity, and like they're not gonna say that. So to say that Nezarec was just never anything important at all, and then they were coming up to Lightfall, they were making the seasons leading up to Lightfall, like, oh, do you know what, guys, we have this random warlock exotic with a cool name, how about we turn this into a character? How about we just, okay, we'll just make him into a disciple? That is false. To say that he was always a disciple, that is false. In my opinion, all of the evidence points to this being a character who did have a story connected to the pyramids, and because of how especially the whispers are interacting with this character, how you have the church dedicated to this character, and the fact that you have the king statue with the Nezarec Sin symbol on the base, to me, that is that. At the same time, finally, you have the ancient enemy that is in the first cutscene of D2. The ghost says, the traveler had an ancient enemy, shows a pyramid, and then it says, the traveler's sacrifice destroyed its ancient enemy. I made a whole video on this. You can check it out. The story of the Traveler's ancient enemy. Who did the Traveler destroy during the collapse? Who? I mean, Sabathune now took care of all of it, so it doesn't matter. But it's like yeah, you know, it's a genuine and scrapped concept art for the first thing of D2. Showed people being disintegrated, losing their bodies, yada yada. My point is just this. I know I'm going off deep end, but the point is this. There was a much different story going on, and all of the evidence that I have been able to gather points towards Nezarec not being what we got in the end. That's all I'm going to say on that. Bro.
Fair, yeah.
Oh. Anyway,
Fair enough, man.
sorry about that. I don't know.
And I will say in terms of like, yeah, because there's definitely that disconnect. Someone said, let me look. I think they've been chatting for quite a bit. Let's see. I know I can't see it. I know someone said like, oh, but like Nezarec's philosophy kinda doesn't align.
I think that was so.
What I will say to that is, and I think this is part of why the winnower sees the witness as a flawed protege. The witness doesn't care as long as it gets what it wants. And one of the things it wants to do, one of its few like fragmented memories it has from when it was a people instead of a singular entity, is to cause the traveler, the Gardner, like anything associated with the light, as much pain as possible. So I imagine how it possibly could have went is it sees this entity whose his whole thing is to cause pain, and it's like, and it's like, you know what, buddy, I'll cut a deal with you. You become my lackey, and you'll get to cause all the pain you want, like towards these specific people. And he's like, okay, deal. I like that, sure. And so I don't think, because I just, everything in my mind points towards the witness having no, it doesn't hold things sacred the way that the winnower does. The witness, like, I'd say they're both equally as manipulative. I'd say the witness is also very much a manipulator, Callus being a perfect example. But I think that the witness just has that, like, I think that's like the big disconnect between the two.
Well,
is that like,
I think as much as like that's the other thing. So like they call Nezarec the final god of pain, but I don't know how I feel about Lightfall's version, just making him like obsessed with like, oh, pain, gimme, oh, juicy pain, oh, you know, like I feel like that's a bit,
yeah, it's super try hard.
yeah.
Like that's like, it's like they really wanted him to be like super edgy. I'm not always against that, but you can, when it's like that tongue-in-cheek, it's really noticeable.
Yep.
And I typically do like characters like that. Like, for example, Reaper is like my favorite character in Overwatch. But like,
He's fun to play too.
yeah. But I don't know. I think in certain, I know Destiny is a very serious. I'd say for the most part, Destiny takes itself relatively seriously. And I think when you got like a character that goofily like obsessed with like pain in such like a cartoonish way, it's kind of like,
it's the same way how they made Callus goofily and cartoonishly obsessed with like luxury.
Yeah, where he's like, "Come to buy."
I was waiting for the
Leviathan
impression. I was waiting for the impression.
It's a fun impression to do.
We will drink wine and do a little trolling.
But you know, it's interesting because like Nezarec Sin's lore also says that he covets sin, but the Lightfall version is like, oh, I'm such a sinner. Oh, you know, like it's so that's the one aspect that they kind of lean in on. But the biggest thing is like his sin is that he will not cower when dusk does fall, but stand vigilant when old, whatever, when stars die or whatever, and then new light. The idea though is that wait a minute. I am going to troll, and I'm going to go over here real quick and pull up the thing menu. Yeah. And new light blinks its first upon this faded eternity. It's light with a capital L, meaning that Nezarec is fine with the light existing in whatever the future is.
I see.
Which the witness wouldn't be. Like, it's...
Yeah. And I think a lot of that is just Nezarec got so fragmented and the new story kind of got so different that I think to a certain extent Bungie just didn't know what to do with the character. I think Nezarec, like a lot of stuff in the whole Lightfall year, was just Bungie wanting to tie up a loose end before their finale or whatever.
Oh,
That's
you
just the vibe
you just gave me such a light bulb moment. Holy crap, dude. So, there's a guy that I watch. His name is Major Kill, and he is probably my favorite lore guy out there. But he does Warhammer 40k lore, and for those of you who don't know Warhammer 40k lore, I'm gonna just give you a really brief kind of thing. There's a character whose name is Magnus, and Magnus, basically, his like personality or his soul got shattered into different aspects, and each aspect represented a different part of his personality. Or sorry, shards, different shards. That's it. Sorry. So like he had his like his noble shard, his kind of like warrior shard, his kind of cunning shard. You get what I'm kind of saying, right? And in the end, he has currently in the setting, he has most of his shards, but he doesn't have his noble shard, so he's a bit of a scumbag. And I think it'd be really interesting, and they could almost use it as a retcon to the retcon, where because Nezarec didn't get all of his pieces back, he's a bit fragmented in like his personality and who he is.
That I could see that working. I could see something like that working. Another thing I'm kind of thinking of is I think a lot of people, I think specifically I've really seen Bife lean into this. Like, so a lot of people are really getting the vibe that there's a good chance Nezarec will be like the next big bad of the saga. And I think if that ended up being the case, there is a slight possibility they could kind of like recycle what they were originally.
Yeah, if they're gonna make him the big bad of the whole saga, they need to really amp it up.
I don't know.
Don't give me hope.
They have to give him more depth though, because as he is now, it just wouldn't work. I don't think.
I'm gonna give you the most Tumblr fan fiction theory in existence. Copium,
oh boy.
Hopium, Dopium, you name it. We beat the witness, split it into its people, and Nezarec returns and leads them as the enemy of the next saga.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that.
But the problem is that you would have another saga that's pyramid based, and I don't even want that necessarily, and I don't think they would do that. So like it would never happen.
Yeah.
But I would probably I would weep tears of joy, but it would never happen. In my dreams. I'm still like, yes, trash, I'm still well, here's the thing, like, it's 10 a.m. for me, so. By the way, Ultra, when we're done this, you can go to bed if you want, because I know it's...
Okay.
Like, I feel like I need to be, like, the responsible friend who's, like, stopping you from, like, drinking too much or something.
Drinking. Fair enough.
No, it's like, you know, like, if you're at, like, a party or whatever, and you have, like,
yeah,
that one
I know
friend
what you
who goes,
mean.
okay, yeah. And it's like,
your friend
like,
your friend shotguns 14 beers and reaches for the car keys.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, you got work tomorrow. You know, like, that's probably a good idea.
Oh man.
I
still remember in the Discord when I sent like the sandwich meme, and you were like, "This is special," and I like I used like
You
the little
reacted to it.
reaction emoji, and you were like, "Go to bed."
Yeah.
Nah, I was already laying in bed, and I was just like laughing so hard
He can't
when
keep
that
getting
happened.
away
That was
with
really
it.
good. Oh man,
Nez uses.
I've
Nez,
never been a good
Wait, what?
sleeper.
Nah, me neither, dude. I don't have good sleep. Nez uses Void Light, and we kill him by overcharging him with Light and Dark. Okay, I gotta head to bed now. Okay, Sapphire, I hope you sleep well. I enjoyed the stream and the little journey we've taken through the wonderful world of lore, and you've certainly given me a new idea for kind of going forward. Good night, everyone. Yeah, good night. Yes.
Sleep. Don't let Nezarec get ya.
In your deepest slumber, you will remember me, Guardian.
One thing I noticed about that I kind of find weird is he says Guardian singular, but the subtitles say Guardians plural.
That's funny. I didn't even notice that.
I do, cause I'm super obsessed with the whole like, oh, player Guardian cool strong epic, cause specifically just because it pertains so much to the whole like Bungie theming sort of thing that I go on and on about.
Yeah.
So I'm always hyper vigilant of that sort of thing. Like I still remember in at the end, like the finale mission for Season of the Deep, where Drifter was like, "Oh, there's nothing our walking tank couldn't smash," and I was like, "Hell yeah, you're right." Absolutely, I was so satisfied. Like they kind of teeter on and off leaning into that, because sometimes they'll have like the thing where it's like, oh, we gotta like work together, but then other times they'll have stuff like, oh, this guy's a walking tank, or they have the thing where like Savathun, like I course threatening Savathun, and she's like, "Oh, you don't scare me, darling," and then we're like, "Oh, I could kill her," and then she's like, "Oh, on a second thought, I'll do what you want, actually."
Yep. You know what I don't understand actually is why, how did the Lucent Hive get into the Pale Heart? I don't understand that.
If they're... Yeah, that is a good question. I'm going to assume it pertains in some way to either... I assume either it's gonna be when we opened up the way for us, it opens up the way for everyone. That, or it's like a thing where like her wish or some sort of plan she had pertained to getting into there in some way.
Well, we know from the season though that only like a small strike team would be able to go through the portal.
Yeah. And a lot of people are really adamant that they're like her, Mithrax, and Kydal are like visions or like whatever. I really don't think so, because I just think that would be too goofy.
Yeah, I agree.
Where it's like, "Where are your good memories of friendship, and we will help you." I don't. Yeah, we don't. I don't. I mean, I don't mind that sort of corny stuff. Like if I'm playing Sonic and he's like, "We're Sonic heroes," I'm like, "Yeah!" But like, it really just depends on the setting. I think Destiny's like a more serious setting, and I feel like leaning that heavily into that power of friendship stuff is just a little bit corny. Like, I get it. I think a big part of it is just because it's a multiplayer MMO adjacent sort of game.
Yeah,
and so it kind of makes them want to lean into that. But there's just multiple. There's just some caveats that kind of make it iffy.
Well, I think when you're talking about like a big MMO type story, and again, I kind of even touched on this with like what happens to WoW and other big games like that, is that you're trying to then make your, I guess.
Yes.
I've never done this before.
Oh, I want them to make just this a game mode. I love fighting tormentors so much. Like I get like giddy.
Wait, our supers are like. Oh.
Yeah, they're supercharged. So we just get to wail on these guys. Here, in fact, I'm gonna go into my inventory real quick and I'm gonna switch to Mobius Quiver because that might be more effective.
Oh, GG. That was fun.
Oh, I get 3 because I got Orpheus on. Hell yeah. Oh, it is so satisfying. Woos.
Wait, they're still.
It lasts for like a minute, I think.
And do the rewards change depending on how many you kill? Because I see like a.
You get a token of bravery for every one you kill, I believe.
Neat.
You know, I would love that as a game mode, just like I don't know, like Tormentor Tussle or something.
I wish they would do this more often.
Like throw me in a room by myself with that many tormentors, give me the super spam, and just give me 5 minutes, and just the more I kill, the better the rewards I get. That would be the best game mode ever. Oh man.
But what I was saying was just that like when you would want your mainstream kind of story to like appeal to like as many people as possible. So like if you have like a really dark, gritty, whatever, you are naturally going to be alienating a certain amount of people. So I think that's why like a lot of the stories end up being like, oh, friendship and coming together and wholesome and that kind of.
Fair enough. I think another part of it. I'm not sure whether or not it's super controversial. Probably not, but like, I think to some people, I think it's really obvious that Destiny takes a lot of inspiration from Mass Effect. Like, if you look at like a lot of the stuff from Mass Effect.
You see, like I haven't really played the games, so like I wouldn't know.
Yeah, like the Reapers, for example, act almost in like a near identical way to the Darkness is. Like they have a goal that's like vaguely similar to the Winnowers, and I'm pretty sure like the Reapers catchphrase is literally like it is like literally something like "we are your salvation through your destruction" or something like nearly identical. And so I think that a lot of where that comes from is just like, because that was like the main theme of Mass Effect. Like that was a lot of it was like, in order to defeat this like cosmic threat, the galaxy had to band together and like work together. But the thing I'd say though is they didn't do it in like a super goofy way. In that it was more of like alien politics, pretty much.
Yeah, I did see that.
Where it's like, oh, you want the Krogan to help you, help cure their borderline genocide genophage that like makes all their babies stillborn or whatever.
Oof.
So it's like by beating the Reapers, you kind of are like making the galaxy, like in order to beat the Reapers, you have to make the galaxy a better place. It's like something like that. I feel like Destiny though, I don't know. Like I feel like Destiny, it's kind of like a different direction though to a certain extent. No way.
What?
I got an Edge Transit with quick launch, spike grenades, envious, and bait and switch, and it's got a velocity masterwork. That is like the perfect.
Good job, dude.
That is the perfect way to end the night. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is just like Mass Effect inspiration to a certain extent, because I'm pretty sure in like early Destiny stuff, that's one thing that Bungie was really leaning towards, is they were pulling from like a lot of different things, where it's like, oh, hunters are like the scoundrel cowboy, titans are like your super soldier akin to Master Chief, warlocks are like your like Jedis or like mages.
Right. Yep.
It's like that sort of thing. And then you even see that with like, and you got like a lot of people, I really don't think it's a fair comparison. A lot of people, especially when like Destiny first came out, because it was like fresh on their minds, because Bungie was like the Halo guys.
Yeah.
They really liked comparing like the races to like the
Covenant.
Like Halo enemies. So it's like, oh, the Fallen is the Covenant, and the Hive is the Flood, and the Cabal are the Brutes, and the Vex are the Forerunners. Which I really don't think that that's like accurate, really.
In any way.
I feel like It's more. I'd say it's more like the Fallen are like your like space pirates. Like I'd say honestly, they're more akin to like the space pirates from Metroid than they are like the Covenant, really.
Right.
Then the Hive. The Hive are interesting, I'd say, because they're like they're like your token like evil undead guys, but they're kind of done in like a sci-fi alien way that I feel like gives
Yeah.
them like a really unique flavor.
Bungie's theme for them was undead royalty.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. They're regal. There's parts of them that are like nasty and like gross zombie-ish looking, like the hive, like the nasty
gunk.
growths that you'll see like the thrall munching on. But then they got like these big, like elegant castles and strongholds and stuff.
Yeah.
And then the Vex are like your the Vex are like your evil like Matrix robots. I forget what they're called. The scary flying spider things.
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like the Vex are kind of, especially with like the simulation stuff that the Vex are like so involved in. I feel like you could kind of make that tie to like the evil robots in the Matrix. I watch those movies and I feel bad for forgetting what they're called because those are great movies. The first three, at least. I've heard the fourth one is awful, but I haven't watched
I
it,
have
so I don't
only
know.
seen the first one.
I see. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I recommend watching like the original trilogy. There's even a I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm planning on watching it with my brother eventually. There's even a like an anime like prequel to it, which is apparently good.
Oh yes, I have seen clips from that. Yeah.
Yeah, but then Cabal, I'd say the Cabal literally are just like Space Marines with like a Roman Empire flavoring.
Yeah,
in a
although
lot
they've
of
kind of
ways.
changed that now with the new aesthetic, with the Red Legion and the Blue Legion and all that.
Yeah, I guess to like a certain extent. You can still kind of see it with certain stuff, like their leader is an emperor and like an empress, and they got like their whole like society is kind of constructed around war, and then they also like to go around and like integrate other things into like their like empire, just
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
Romans kind of did. It's a lot like that sort of thing. Scorn are also just sort of like zombies. They're just like undead fallen. It's like, whatever. I honestly I can't think of anything else to really compare. I guess the Taken are closer to the Flood than the other than like any of the other ones really are.
Yeah, because they can. I mean, the Scorn kind of, but the Taken, like they kind of like assimilate other races into them.
Yeah. And honestly, I think, and I honestly think to a certain extent that's done on purpose in a lot of ways. If you really think about it down to the fundamental levels, while they have different ways of approaching it, the Flood and the Winnower have similar sort of goals.
Yeah.
They want to eliminate chaos from the universe, or like reduce the chaos down to like a simple pattern. So like for the Winnower, that pattern is its final shape, and then for the Flood, it's just consuming all life, all sentient life into their own image. So it's like all the same kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Siva is just like, I don't even know what to compare Siva to, honestly. They're like, yeah, I really don't know. I'm sure there's something. There's probably something I'm not thinking of that you could compare Siva to. They also are kind of floody, but with like a sci-fi-ish twist. But the thing is they don't really, at least from what I remember, they don't really take over your mind unless it's like I think with a few exceptions, I think, because obviously there's like the Iron Lord, like Siva's zombie guys, which was really cool bosses, completely out of nowhere, didn't hold that much significance other than like for Saladin's story arc, I suppose. And then I know if I remember correctly, some of the Grimoire kind of implied that there was some sort of greater power within Siva that was controlling Axis. I don't know what that could have been. I don't think it was Rasputin, because I think it's kind of implied that he wasn't really in control of Siva after, like in the aftermath of the Iron Lord's initial excursion into the Plague Lands.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hard to say. I don't know. But they probably were planning something with that and just didn't, because I don't think they. Because I know people love Siva, but they just don't really have a place in the story. I feel,
Yeah, I don't think
at
so.
least in this current saga, they could probably do something with it. But I think it might have been a public stream. I already said this in. I don't remember, but I think the only like reason they would bring Siva back is just for fan service, really.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree for sure. Yep.
Like I bet you if they reintroduce Wrath of the Machine, I bet you we're gonna just be fighting House Dusk in there. I
Oof.
bet you it's not even gonna be like Siva Fallen, really, like the Devil Splicers, with the exception of like a couple like unique enemies that they need for raid mechanics. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Hard to say. I don't know. I can't see it like them doing it in a way that would like work well or make sense.
I don't know how you're not like I'm nearly falling asleep and it's like 10 a.m. I don't know how you're still going.
It just the only I don't know. I go into sleep mode. I'm about to go to sleep, but if I'm still like talking to someone,
Yeah.
I don't like transition into that
That's
unless
crazy.
I'm like really, really tired. I don't know. The only time I like crash is if I like drink an energy drink.
Oof.
Like if I was at like work or something and I'm like, okay, I gotta lock in. There's like people coming in. Someone's kid is kicking the cardboard Barbie thing or whatever. I'm gonna drink an energy drink so I don't fall asleep at the ticket taking booth and my boss get mad at me. And then I'll get home after drinking that, and then I'll feel the crash, and I'll feel the crash super like hard to the point where I've legit just like fallen asleep on my floor a couple of times.
That's funny.
That's how bad that's how bad that like energy drink crash gets for me. You can even ask like I don't know if he's probably not watching. I don't know like Fallen or like Dread or like any of them. His username's Hyper. He was Dread for a while. But I'm like that where like I'll be like full of energy. I'll be like, yeah, let's get this thing done. And then I'll just be like quiet and I'll be like not doing something right. And it's like, oh sorry guys, I'm having a caffeine crash.
I need more caffeine. I'm actually probably when I end the stream I'm gonna go make more coffee, I think. I need to.
Yeah, I probably should. Because it's almost 3:30. I probably should call it now.
Yeah, in that case I'm probably gonna end the stream. Can you talk about the Vex controlled future and their sons of factory? Yeah, I mean ideally something like that would come up in Echoes, but I don't know. But yeah, I think the closest thing to that we're probably going to see is that Curse of Osiris Dark Future. Oh, sorry. In a few more hours the Vidoc goes up. Yeah, I'm just checking again.
Oh, that's true.
Checked again that. Uh, 6 hours. Yeah. Okay.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is.
I'm probably not gonna wake up in time to like react to that. But I'll like live at least. Really watch that.
I might actually stream that. Might be worth streaming. What time would that be?
Probably, yeah, I'm sure.
5 p.m. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the day is like. But anyway, in that case, I'm going to go.
All
Th-
right.
thank
It
you.
has been.
It has been, yeah, it's been good, man. 4 hours.
Yeah, I like these. We even did a little bit of gaming this time.
Thank you
It's
everybody
rad.
for being here. Thank you. I hope you all had a great time. Thank you for your, contributing to the discussion and bringing up topics and stuff like that. Um, we're gonna be. I mean, I'd be down to do this. Oh, actually, yeah, no, sorry, yeah, I'd be down to do this next week if you're down.
Um.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is that
Yeah.
Houndish?
Wait. Where?
In our. Oh, sorry, no. That's not Houndish. No, that's it's a new light.
I don't know. I know that because I was like, oh, I know that guy.
It's whatever.
He's the-
Yeah, there's a dude called Houndish, but he's Guardian rank 6, and he's got all blue gear.
I don't think that's the
I
real
don't
guy.
think that's the real guy.
Unless he's playing on like a new character for some reason.
The
which
only
don't
people
see
that I've
why
run
he would.
into, I ran into. Do you remember Hush back in the day?
Oh yeah, that gentleman.
Yeah,
Yep.
I ran into him in the Dreaming City once, and I
Interesting.
ran into Bife in the tower. That was fun.
Oh, that's cool. I think the only famous people I mean I think I've played like some trials and comp matches with like
Oh, and I played against Grenado Jake.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
think
we
I don't
beat
know
him.
if I Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
I
great.
haven't played again. I have I have friends who play quite a bit like competitively. So they kind of run into those guys a lot. I don't as much because I am a filthy. I'm in a really weird spot where I'm like the most like I'll do like PvE endgame stuff, but for the most part I'm like the most casual of casual players. But I still got like 2,000 plus hours, probably nearly 3,000 by now. I don't know.
Bro, if
Like
you
I don't
think
see
that's
those guys.
crazy, it was it was after Forsaken came out, but before Beyond Light. I don't know what the season was. I met this guy, and he was an Indian guy, and he had Destiny was the second ever video game he'd ever played, and he had no idea really what he was doing. So I showed him around, I got him acquainted with the game and all that, and he eventually joined our friend group. He was terrible at the game. I don't feel bad saying it. He was terrible. It was like he had no idea what he was doing, right?
Uh-huh.
He has, I think, like 7,000 hours now in the game.
Oh wow. Nice.
And he is
I know
just
there's
like, he is that guy now.
all right, man. I know there's some people who have like 10,000. I don't even know.
Oh, I don't know how
Like,
you do it. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's more than
I
my
probably would
D1 and D2 time combined.
I probably would have more hours when I was like younger. It's like I was still like a young teenager, I guess, when Destiny 2 first launched, because I was like 14.
Right.
Crazy that I'm like almost able to legally drink in America and I'm still playing this game, if you really think about it. Yeah, anyways, like my parents are like, you can't play video games on the weekdays, you can only play them on the weekends.
Oh,
And
sad.
I was I was never much of a rebellious child, so I did follow that rule for the most part. And so I didn't get as many hours in. I still remember like malfeasance. I'd like wait for like the like max curse week, and I'd be waiting all week, like, oh my god, I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna finally get it. And for the record, I never got it until like they like buffed the drop rate for the boss. That is like, oh man, that was like the worst
Yeah.
chase for a weapon
And then
ever.
the boss spawns in, and then you lose the Gambit game.
Yeah, it's like when it's like the match the boss spawns is the match where like some dude hands their little brother the controller or something.
Oh,
It's like, oh man, like yeah, because before that like before they buffed its spawn rate, I only ever saw that boss like maybe like I think twice ever. Like it was ridiculous, and I grinded Gambit like a lot too, like because it was new, so there were like people legitimately like sweating in Gambit and stuff. I was one of them. But yeah, like I forget what I was even getting at.
No, we were just talking about time spent on the game. But hey Poppy, how you doing, man? Yeah, the grind was awful. Yeah, no, dude, I think I'm gonna actually go. Like, I think I'm gonna end it for real this time.
Yeah, we probably should.
You need to
before we
go to
on.
sleep. I need to get more caffeine. Guys, I do hope you had a great time here. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Oh, that was it. I was saying. Sorry, I was gonna say. If you are down to do it next week, that'd be great. By the way, I'm gonna probably next time put it in the description. This isn't just like an exclusive thing for me and Ultra. I have a group chat thing in the server, and basically all Ascended members can join that. So if being like an active participant in the call is something that you really care about, that is how you can do it. And I may or may not be streaming again today for the Vidoc. And yeah, no, with all that being said, I will talk to you guys